worlds, two guiding lights, two people, one life. Can two civilizations so different in history move beyond their mutual curiosity, pleasure, fear, and desire, and come to understanding? This is a story of what was, what is, and what might be. About you and me. A story of true possibility. During childhood, I had recollections of earlier days, especially earlier summers, which tended to be more eventful, and it stands out in my mind that as I got older, the events I tried to recollect began disappearing. They became over time less of a memory and more like a shadow of a memory. I knew that an event occurred, and I tried to recollect it, but I could no longer see it in the splendid brilliance that my earlier memories once afforded. What was crystalline became a foggy reminiscence. I distinctly remember grieving this experience as if I were losing my own life. Why am I no longer able to find pleasure in the memory of that summer? I would think to myself. And as we age, our entire childhood becomes like the memory of a dream. When you first awaken, it is fresh and you want to recall it, bring it back to mind. But after the coffee is brewed and you sit to write a few thoughts in your journal, all that you can write is, "I had a dream. It seemed like a good dream." And so, to help us remember the past, the dream we have lived, we collect fossils, kept in images we frame and hang on the wall. They remind us of a day that no longer remains. We collect things, save items of clothing, books, and jewelry. We might bring out an old pair of cufflinks and recall how dashing we once were. Certain cherished items, such as a wedding ring, passed down from one generation to the next, dishes, a car, an old pocket watch. These are all touchstones to the past, connected with the past in a material way. It keeps the past alive somehow, brings it to the present, and perhaps proves that we once lived somewhere. We once achieved something. We use stories for much the same reason. We are historical creatures, born at a specific time, place, and culture, and this trinity of conditions establishes the premises of our lives. From these starting points, we move outward into the future. And what is true for the individual is true also for the cultures we are embedded in. Our cultures carry a memory in the stories we tell, the artifacts we house in our museums, and the very land on which we live. This memory too becomes more dreamlike as we progress through time, such as Greek and Roman mythology, the Bible, Camelot. For the Chinese, memory is grounded in the ancestors, a pantheon of greater and lesser gods who achieved fantastic feats in the name of their ancestors, and whose memory gets mixed with various named warriors and dragons. They expect much from you, and tales are told of wise or foolish men and women for the lessons that may be learned. Even your own grandparents and parents eventually join this crowd of witnesses. They establish your fate, and they have the power to change it. Bobby woke to the sounds of banging wood and tools rattling. His Grandpa Cecil just finished testing the new outside door by swinging it gently on its hinges. It was level and it closed smoothly. He also tested the keys on the lock, after which he closed the door, came up the stairs and closed the inside door behind him. Cecil took off his hat and offered the keys to Bobby's mother. His eyebrows arched downward like a chastened puppy in a mix of shame and sorrow about what happened the night before. Hannah offered him some coffee. "No, I better be going," he said, speaking low and soft. "Thank you." He glanced at Bobby, who just walked in and winked. "How you doing, kiddo?" "Hi, Grandpa," Bobby replied, climbing onto the kitchen chair as his mother poured him a bowl of Cheerios. "Hannah, about last night. I'm ashamed to think of it." "Move your hand, Bobby," Hannah said, as she poured some milk from the bottle. "Thank you for fixing the door, Cecil." "Well, the frame is going to need repainting, but we'll wait till next month after the weather warms up a bit. It'll look as good as new. I told Ben that he needs to stay at the farm for a little while and straighten himself up." "Thank you, Cecil," Hannah replied as she sat and took a sip from her mug. "You sure you don't want any?" she asked. "No, I think I'll be going along." There was a pause, then he continued. "I wonder if you would be willing for us all to sit together, you, Nellie, and me, and Ben, on Sunday night. Maybe we can do something to make things right." There was a pause. "I don't know," Hannah said. Cecil nodded his head, pulling a seat out and sitting on the edge with his knees spread out and his hands hanging down. "Just talk," he said. "After the talk, well, you'll have something to think about at least. I know that with the police here last night it was agreed that there would be some time before you see each other again. But I think we should try to do something to make things better. There would be no pressure. Just talk." There was silence again, as Hannah looked off to the side, sipping slowly on her coffee. Bobby munched his cereal, the spoon clanking against the bowl. "How about you think about it, and then call me on the phone?" Cecil said as he rose. "Okay," said Hannah. "Just give it some thought, and you can call when you've decided." Hannah agreed. She appreciated both Cecil and his wife Nellie. They were tender-hearted people and had good intentions. She also knew that she would agree to the meeting. Staying home alone with Bobby was part of the problem. She was lonely, and being apart from Ben only exacerbated the problem. Something had to be done. That being said, she was very confused about the idea of being close to Ben again. She just couldn't feel settled about it. It was eventually agreed that Cease and Nellie would come Sunday evening after dinner. It was timed so that they were already in the house before Ben came directly from the restaurant. Nellie was on the couch with Bobby. She brought some chicken bones, which were candies, the pink kind made by Ganongs. Bobby didn't like them as much as the brown ones, which were made with peanuts, but after a bit of coaxing from his grandmother he was crunching them down with pleasure, especially sucking the brown stuff that ran down the center of the bones. "Please don't give him too many candies," Hannah said to Nellie. "Oh," Grandma sounded a bit disappointed. She was sitting next to Bobby while Hannah went to the bedroom for something. Cecil, getting up from the big chair, grabbed one of the kitchen chairs, which he placed on his right. This allowed Hannah to sit on his left, positioning Cease between Ben and Hannah. On the far side of the couch sat Bobby and Grandma. Ben's car pulled up the drive while Grandma talked with Bobby, who had pulled out his Lincoln log set. He started laying down foundation logs and crossbeams. Ben came through the door at the back and could be heard in the landing taking his shoes off. He entered the house like a naughty boy who just returned to class from the office. His short stature with his wide-legged dress pants made his hips look wide. He slipped across the kitchen floor in his synthetic socks in a subdued manner. Cecil looked over his shoulder and with pursed lips indicated with a nod that Ben should sit on the kitchen chair as Hannah came out of the bedroom. "Okay, Hannah, I think we're ready," Cecil said, gesturing to the empty spot on the couch next to him. Cecil picked up his black Bible from the coffee table. "Let's ask the Lord to be with us." Holding the Bible next to his heart, Cecil closed his eyes, as did Ben and Nellie. Bobby kept fitting the interlocking logs together, but his grandma reached out and gently held his hand, indicating that Bobby should pray. Hannah picked some pilling of fabric from her dress. "Precious Lord," Cecil began, "we come to you with gratitude and humble hearts. We are grateful for our children. You have truly blessed us with the lives of Ben, Hannah, and our grandson Bobby, and our lives are enriched by their presence. Each of them means so much to us, and it breaks our hearts to see Ben and Hannah in this painful situation." "Yes, Jesus," Nellie said with care and sincerity in her voice. "We ask for your guidance tonight as together we try to make things better for our family and their future. Be with us, Jesus, we pray. Amen." Cecil thought it would be good to open with a verse, and turned to Matthew chapter 7. He read, "Judge not, that ye be not judged. For with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And with what measure ye mete, it shall be measured to you again. And why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye? Or how wilt thou say to thy brother, Let me pull out the mote out of thine eye, and behold, a beam is in thine own eye? Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thine own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote out of thy brother's eye." He paused. Then, moving his finger down the page, he continued reading. "Therefore, all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them, for this is the law and the prophets." As he came to the end of the passage, Cecil closed his Bible. Cecil looked straight ahead with a downward tilt, setting his Bible on the table in front of him. His mouth hung open slightly, making his mouth and cheeks look narrow like a bone-weary horse. He began to speak. In a quiet and gentle tone, he said, "We are not here to judge anyone. It is not our business to judge anyone. The job of judging belongs in the hands of our Savior and our Defender. What we want to do is to come to a place of forgiveness and a clear understanding about moving forward. We already know why Ben was so upset. And we don't judge you, Hannah. What happened between you and Joey was innocent." He raised the tone of his voice slightly at this word, turning his eyeballs and tipping his head sideways in Ben's direction, and should never have upset Ben so badly. He knows he was wrong, and we are not going to go over that again. What I would like us to do is to just talk about what you are both feeling these days. Why don't you begin, Hannah? Would you like to say what's on your mind?" Bobby's mother also looked straight ahead. Her legs were together. She wore a short skirt with dark stockings, and her hands were on her lap. She spoke softly but firmly. "I don't know. I think the weather gets me down. It's so dark and cold." She paused, thinking. "Yes," Cecil said, inviting her to continue. "Oh, we understand, sweetheart," Emily said. "Tell us more," Cecil said. "Do you sometimes miss your family?" Emma asked. "Dear, just let her talk," Cecil said to his wife. "Yes, I miss my family," Hannah said, "but I don't think that is so important. It's just that I don't see Ben very much, and when I am home with Bobby all day, I'm just so happy to even get a phone call. And when Joey came by and offered to take me for a ride, I just didn't see much harm in it." "No, we understand that," Cecil said. Just then Ben spoke up. "I'm working my ass off at Smitty's, and Joey comes by and enjoys time with my wife." His lips were quivering and glared at his father with pain in his eyes. "Ben, we've talked to Joey, and he knows he has no business spending time alone with Hannah." Cecil was talking sideways to his son, not looking directly. "That kind of behavior's going to stop. Now, Ben, you need to calm yourself down and try not to get things started again." Cecil was taking a firm tone with his son. As the conversation progressed, it was eventually agreed that both Ben and Hannah needed a change of pace. Ben would try to get some time off work, and Hannah would leave Bobby with Cecil and Emma. Ben and Hannah could go on a holiday and spend some time together, just having fun like they used to. "Would you like that, Bobby? You can stay with Grandma. We've got lots of beets. I know you like Grandma's pickled beets." Bobby was excited by the thought, but as events turned out a few days later, Uncle Danny and Auntie Rose came to Dawson Creek for a visit, and soon learned of what had happened. They offered to take Bobby to their home in Toronto for a little while. "We'd love to have Bobby with us. The girls adore him, and they would have so much fun together," Rose said. "Really, it's not a bother, and we have lots of space where they can play. You just don't worry at all." Rose provided all the soothing reassurance that Hannah needed, and it was soon enough agreed. Danny and Rose had 3 young girls, Laurel, Margaret, and Jenny. The youngest was Jenny in grade 2, and the others about a year apart each, Margaret in 4th grade and Laurel the oldest in 5th. Bobby was happy being with the girls, and after a short visit in Dawson Creek, enjoyed the long ride to Toronto in the back of the station wagon, where the kids were able to crawl around and play games or read. The car had 4 bench seats, 2 in the front and 2 in the back. The 2 in the front faced forward, while the ones in the rear of the car faced each other, with their backs toward the side windows. Suitcases were piled in the back, but the girls moved them around as it suited them to create tunnels or make room for hiding places. In those days, seatbelts were not especially important, and the children crawled around like they were in a playhouse. Time passed quickly. Playtimes were broken up by frequent stops for the family to gaze and wonder at God's beautiful creation, have a bathroom break, or get snacks. During the longer stretches, Bobby curled up on the floor with a pillow beneath him, where the hum of the road vibration gently lulled him to sleep. During his stay in Toronto, Bobby's Uncle Dan let him steer the car down Wilson as they headed to Yonge, and his aunt let him eat Fruit Loops, which he never tasted before. After he poured the box of Fruit Loops onto the couch, Auntie Rose gently reprimanded him and got him to put them all back in the box, while offering a food storage container for him to manage his tasty snack. One night, after the children were sleeping, Danny sat on the edge of the bed while Rose read her Bible. "Rose, I didn't tell you what happened a few days before we got to Dawson Creek," Danny said, as he removed his socks. "I was on the phone with Dad, talking about a construction project he's working on. He said to me, 'Danny, I had such a fearful dream last night.' When I asked him to describe it, he said that he dreamt that he saw Ben and Hannah's house on fire, and that he saw me carrying Bobby out of the flames through the front door. He told me that he was afraid that Ben and Hannah were going through some difficulties, but that God was going to protect Bobby." Rose already caught the connection between Alex's dream and recent events. "You were carrying Bobby out of the flames? Goodness!" Rose replied in astonishment. "This is the hand of God, Danny." "Yes," Danny replied. "Dad didn't know a thing about what was going on with Hannah and Ben, and yet here we are now with Bobby, plucked from the fire." "Did you tell Dad what happened?" Rose asked. "No, but I'm going to call him tomorrow." "You should do that. He should know what's going on, and it will give him some comfort, I think." There was a pause as Danny reflected on events. "He seems really happy with the girls, doesn't he?" "Yes, and he so much enjoyed driving the car with you today. But I'm not sure God rescued him from the house so he could get into a car accident with his uncle." The two of them chuckled as conversation moved on to other matters. Danny showered off, soon returned to bed, where he led the evening Bible reading and prayers. Lights went out, and the house became quiet. Bobby's happy time in Toronto eventually came to an end, as his Uncle Dan, returning by plane to Vancouver, made a side trip to Dawson Creek, where he dropped Bobby off. Spring was turning to summer, and Bobby entertained himself by bringing his plastic tricycle outside, as well as his toy Jaguar. He kept busy driving up and down the sidewalks with plenty outside to distract him. Bobby's uncle had given him a toy dashboard, which was soon attached to the back of the Corvair's driver's seat. Whenever Bobby went in the car with his mother, he would clamber into the back, and, kneeling on the seat, he reached up to steer and switch gears. Every time his mother turned right or left, he flipped the signal light to match the ticking sound of the real car with his toy switch. A young child's sense of time is different from an adult's. Yesterday was years ago, and today is infinite. Each morning there is a sense of possibility reminiscent of fairy tales. Yinlin walked out into the day greeting her surroundings. A white butterfly wafted about, up and over, drooping down, then twirly about with another butterfly. The paved surface of the living area around the house looked cleanly swept in the morning sun. Neighbors came and went, while a few sat outside with their tea or rice bowls. Yinlin absorbed the world in the grand inquisitive silence that surrounds a child, and the world welcomed her. Even the sour smells had a sense of familiarity and warmth, and dust from a stone felt friendly. Life invited inspection and curiosity. Yinlin frequently enjoyed the pleasures of her solitude, wandering about the area, or finding a corner where she could eat a snack and read. However, there would be no time for reading today. Today, Yinlin would learn more about the larger world. Yinlin and her mother were going to the city. "Come, come," her mother said. Juyu grabbed her daughter's hand and they both waved goodbye to Nai and headed down the road. A bus took them into the city where the streets turned quickly from soft dirt into asphalt. And while the road widened, it also got more crowded with ox carts and pull carts, loaded down with vegetables, brooms, or other simple household services. Cyclists filled the streets, and the occasional truck or car weaved through the crowd. Traffic was not as we know it today, with lanes and rights of way. It was more like fish in a river. Small fish made their way for big ones. Strong and fast whipped around the slow and weak. From time to time the bus stopped and took on more people, getting so crowded that Yinlin was glad to have a seat next to the window. Her mother put Yinlin on her lap as she slid over to allow an elderly person the spot where she had been sitting. Outside the window, Yinlin observed a man sitting with a large pile of long green beans in front of him on a cart. All around him people lined up as someone down the way was cooking something and steam was rising into the air. Next to him, 3 ladies sat behind a wagon that had 3 baskets of taro root piled high. One of them grabbed a root and rubbed some dirt off just as the bus pulled away. Gradually, the roadside sellers gave way to shops and storefronts. The time came to get off the bus, and after being deposited on the street, Yinlin was amazed. There were people everywhere, and they dressed differently. The standard blue and gray loose-fitting clothing that was still fairly common around Yinlin's home gave way to white-colored shirts for men and light blue or yellow blouses for women. Boys generally wore shorts. Girls wore dresses or skirts. The clothes got brighter and more colorful on those who were younger. Some people moved with purpose, while others lingered. A group of men and a young boy crouched down on the sidewalk, sharing some broken pieces of watermelon between them. As Yinlin and her mother passed the side streets, they saw many others, sitting in chairs or on stools, smoking, visiting, or just sitting and watching others. The buildings up and down the streets had large windows displaying the wonders that until now Yinlin had not seen. Some windows displayed electric fans. Some showed refrigeration boxes, and others had television sets. A large sign in strange script hung from outside one of the buildings, and in huge Roman letters spelled the word Seiko, downward in the vertical manner of Chinese writing. Along the side of one wall, Yinlin saw a large color poster, not of Chairman Mao, but the face of a Chinese woman with short hair and rosy cheeks, smiling beside 3 colored packets of soap bars. High up above another building was an image with 3 faces. The face on the left looked normal. In the middle was a very white face, and on the right a very brown face, and beside the faces was a table tennis bat and ball. Yinlin stopped in front of one of the storefront windows and pulled on her mother's hand. "What's that?" Yinlin asked. "That's a television," her mother replied. Yinlin paused to look. She didn't know that such items cost half a year of the average worker's salary. The televisions were like boxes with windows on them, and in the windows you could see moving images, usually a person talking, but sometimes there were images of people riding bicycles or farming. Some images were black and white, while others were color. One of the screens flashed an image of a smiling woman who looked different than any that Yinlin had ever seen. Her hair was a golden color, and her eyes looked strange. She was talking and smiling while holding a bottle of dark liquid next to her cheek, and her bright red lips kept moving, talking about some soundless thing. Her head and body swayed from side to side in an unusual way. It wasn't normal for Yinlin to see an adult move her body in natural flowing motions. Normally, an adult would be more polite and cautious in her movement. The strangeness of this scene fascinated and captured Yinlin. She stared. Juyu too seemed curious, but didn't want her curiosity to be noticed. She looked around the oblivious crowd and pulled on Yinlin's hand. "Come." Yinlin resisted by letting her hand slip out of her mother's as she stood watching the television sets. "Come," her mother repeated, reaching out and grabbing Yinlin, forcing her feet to rapidly catch up with her body. They walked several blocks, Yinlin's mother searching carefully up and down each street until she saw what she was looking for on the opposite side. They waited until a space opened, then dodged and weaved through the various small carts and bicycles to the other side. They arrived at a store. The store did not have a window front, it simply had a sign above the door that said, "Sweaters." Its only entrance was very crowded with people pushing to get in, as well as squeezing themselves out. Yinlin's mother jostled her way into the line, pulling Yinlin along with her. Juyu had often spoken about how much she wanted a wool sweater, and she had heard from somewhere that such sweaters were being sold in the city. Obviously, many other people had heard similarly, and were now seeking the object of their desires. As Juyu pressed her way into the store, they eventually came to a glass counter which displayed 3 different sweaters. Behind the glass counter were several clerks. It must have been difficult for them if each day was like today, noisy and with no sense of order. There was no number to pick, no line, just pushing and crowding for attention. Each person acted urgently, as if they might be overlooked, and quickly shouted to the next available clerk what style and size of sweater they wanted. Yinlin felt she couldn't breathe. "I want that one," Juyu shouted. But the clerk she was speaking to had turned to look elsewhere at just that moment and attended to someone else. A pallid-looking male clerk with a slightly oversized white shirt appeared out of the din. He looked at her and said briskly, "What do you want?" Yinlin's mother pointed down into the glass display, half shouting, "This one here! I want this one!" "You want that one there, that one?" He adjusted his accent to hers, repeating her request in a mocking tone. She nodded, and he disappeared to return moments later, tossing the sweater to her. It was folded in a bundle and tied with string. There in front of her, on the display glass counter, was the wool sweater that Juyu had dreamt of for so long. It was a yellow-green color and had a thick blue bar that went around the chest area. Below that was a thinner bar, also blue, and then below that again a much thinner blue stripe. Juyu so admired this sweater. The cost for it was 14.99 yuan, almost the salary of a worker at the time, which was 18 yuan per month. Juyu spotted a knitted floral bundle that could be purchased as an accessory for another 3.49 yuan. "Give me that also." The man grabbed it, and also tossed it onto the counter. Juyu placed her money down. He looked at her and in the same mocking accent asked, "You get how much back?" "You calculated." Juyu, who was an accountant, almost without hesitation said, "The total is 18.48, and you need to give me 1.52, she replied. The man stared for a moment, then bent down to pull an abacus from a drawer. He dropped it on the counter and began slipping and sliding the black buttons up and down, then back again, pausing a few times until he came to the result. He looked up at Juyu, nodded his head slightly. Then glancing at Yinlin, he took the money off the counter. Yinlin realized that while he needed an abacus to calculate the total, her mother did not. The man disappeared again, then returned. He reached out, and in a more polite manner he said, "Your change," and turned to address the next customer. Yinlin and her mother pushed their way back through the line crowding the entrance and burst out onto the street. Juyu had a cloth bag which she brought for this purpose, and placed the sweater and accessory inside. "What's that thing?" Yinlin asked. Juyu grabbed the accessory and held it for Yinlin to see. "It goes with your hair, you see?" Juyu made a motion to show where the accessory might be placed. Looking obviously delighted, Juyu took Yinlin back across the street to a restaurant they had passed. There was a long line of people, but the line moved quickly, and Juyu bought 6 pan-fried pork buns which were placed in a paper wrap. Then, walking back to the place where the bus was to pick them up, they stopped to get a national popsicle for both Yinlin and her mother. Juyu sat on a concrete block near the spot where the bus would arrive, while Yinlin walked along the wall and sucked the sweet-tasting popsicle. Juyu asked Yinlin if the popsicle tasted good, and Yinlin nodded her head vigorously, while noisily sucking on the melting ice. Her mother bit the popsicle down, chewing and crunching it quickly, but Yinlin sucked slowly, enjoying every taste. "This is your city, Yinlin," she said. "All this belongs to you. Our family is Shanghainese, and one day when you grow up, you will know these streets very well." When not at the house or with his mother, Bobby was at his grandpa and grandma's farm, usually wandering through the fields in his cowboy boots, playing with dirt or sticks. After playing, he came in to have his hands washed. His grandma set the table with a white cloth, dishes full of fresh garden vegetables, pickled cucumbers and beets, and potatoes and gravy to eat with his roast beef. In the mornings it was soft-boiled eggs. Sometimes Grandpa would cut the egg in half and set it in a little holder like a cup, where Bobby dipped his toast in the yolk. Other times they would put the egg on his plate, and with a fork they smushed it up with butter, salt, and pepper. Bobby placed the egg mix onto his toast and ate it with lumps of spillage falling back onto the plate. Always there was the smell of coffee. One morning, as Grandpa went out the door, Grandma said that after she did the dishes, they would go for a short drive to another property they had. "Isn't Mummy coming?" "Yes, she's coming, dear, but not until later today. You just stay with Grandpa and Grandma." After gathering their things and loading up into the Ford, they rounded the car out of the yard and onto the road, traveling only about 10 minutes through a somewhat hilly mix of trees and grassland, where they soon slowed and turned into a lot with an old spread-out shack that looked weathered and black. The grass grew unevenly, and there was a lot of mud as well. Behind the shack was a downward-sloping hill, populated with a dispersion of tamaracks and lumps of wintered grass, freshly liberated from the melted snow. The grass had mostly dried, and fresh greenery was showing through the straw. Bobby climbed out of the car, and as soon as he shut the door, he stopped suddenly, encountering a rooster. The rooster stared at Bobby. Bobby stood and stared at the rooster. As his grandpa and grandma headed to the old shack, Bobby moved to follow them by keeping close to the front of the car. That was when the rooster jumped up at Bobby, and with a screeching noise, Bobby was overwhelmed by feathers and flapping as if an angry wind were attacking his face. It scared him a great deal, and he started crying. Grandpa came and shooed the rooster away, but Bobby wanted to go back in the car. "It's okay, Bobby. You just stay away from that mean old rooster. He won't bother you if you just stay over here." Bobby was now on the other side of the car where the chickens walked about pecking at the soil, their heads bobbing up and down or cocked to the side as they walked in their hesitating way, holding one foot in the air to pause and consider moving forward. "You can come over this way and play here. The chickens won't bother you." Bobby thought better of it and leaned up against the car, watchful of the chickens while his grandpa and grandma puttered in and around the shack. Sometimes one chicken would peck at another one and chase it, but mostly they just bobbed about in gentle lurches, scratching and picking along the ground with happy clucks and coos. Bobby soon relaxed and began exploring. As he did so, a number of curious chickens followed Bobby while he sauntered around the yard. From the corner of his vision, Bobby observed his grandpa pick up one of the birds. He handled the chicken quite roughly, holding it by its legs, upside down as its wings flapped furiously about. Then, flopping the bird onto an old tree stump, whump! An axe dropped and removed the chicken's body from its head. Grandpa swiped the head onto the ground with the blade of the axe, and threw the chicken's body back onto the black earth, where it somehow landed on its feet and ran in a circle, flapping its wings until falling. Its legs continued twitching. As Bobby watched the body of the chicken running, a sickness entered his stomach. Bobby pitied the bird. It was as if the chicken's body used its last bit of pulsing blood to protest the desecration of its dignity by the removal of its head. It lost its voice. It could no longer squawk, but the chicken could at least flee. It could run and flap its wings. Every bit of its power was used to escape the axe which had already fallen, and the hapless, headless chicken lost all hope. Bobby's grandpa grabbed another chicken and dispatched it just as rapidly and with similar flurries of protest. Soon the muddy yard was filled with chicken bodies spread across the earth, some twitching, others with legs sticking out into the air. Grandma helped chase the remaining chickens into Grandpa's arms and asked Bobby to help. Were the remaining chickens' eyes wider? Bobby felt weak in his legs and had trouble moving. Grandpa, noticing Bobby's distress, said to him, "Just a few more, kiddo." Once the yard grew quieter, Bobby noticed the rooster was nowhere to be seen. "Where's the other bird?" Bobby asked. "You mean the rooster?" "Well, he probably thought it was safer to disappear," Grandpa replied, smiling casually and tossing a wink to Bobby as he washed the axe head off under a pump. He went in to help Grandma. As he boiled the chickens and pulled off their feathers, Grandma cut them open, pulling out the insides. Bobby moved cautiously in the direction of the butchering table. "Why do you need to take it out?" asked Bobby, as Grandma disemboweled one chicken after another. "Oh, you can't cook it like that. It's too dirty." Bobby spotted some greeny-brown slime on the metal table, and Grandma explained that this was what the chickens had eaten. It came out of their stomachs. "We need to take all of this out before we can cook the chicken," Grandma said. The scene distressed Bobby further, and as Grandma said, "Why don't you go out back? You don't need to watch this. We'll come get you in a little while." Bobby agreed and went to the back side, always watchful for the rooster, but gaining confidence that the rooster wanted to remain invisible. Behind the dark building was a hilly, treed area that sloped unevenly downward, and had some abandoned jalopies parked here and there. The slope of the hill, the softness of the brown soil, and the long-grown grass which bowed in tangled bunches, made for uneven and difficult walking conditions. Bobby's boots either sunk in the soil or got caught up in the grass, causing Bobby to trip and stumble several times as he walked. but he wanted to get a close look at the vehicles, some of which were either too sheltered in scrub or too big to get into. There was a truck with a step below the door which Bobby was able to put a foot on, but when he jumped up to grab the door handle, he fell back again. Bobby spotted an abandoned '49 Chevy. All the paint on the car was gone, leaving only a rusted surface. But the windows were clear and it was easy to access the doors. Pulling on the passenger door, Bobby slipped into the car and slid across the bench to the driver's side. After playing with his toy steering wheel and driving with his uncle, Bobby was getting quite comfortable and plonked himself down behind the large, skinny steering wheel of this Chevy. Bobby pulled on the signal indicator. It didn't make any sound except to click into place. Bobby also tried the stick that was behind the steering wheel. It was much bigger since it was used to switch gears, but the stick didn't move. Bobby continued playing with different things, clicking the high beam button on the floor, opening the glove compartment box, pulling and pushing the choke, opening and closing the ashtray, and pretending to start the car. He said out loud, making noises similar to a car. He said, then pushed the choke back in, putting both hands back on the steering wheel. He tried pulling the gear shifter again several times, not being able to get it to move, so he got up, and kneeling on the seat, he used both hands to grab the stick shift, and started pulling, yanking harder and harder. Finally there was a thunk, and the gear shifter popped out of its position, and the car slowly started rolling forward down the hill. Bobby had lost his balance and dropped back down on the seat behind the steering wheel, and could feel the car roll and wobble as it slowly accelerated down the hill. The grass and dips on the hillside prevented the car from picking up too much speed, and after passing several trees, the car bumped to a stop against a tree some distance down the hill. Everything was still again. Bobby sat in the seat for a minute, wondering if it was safe. He got up on his knees and looked out the window to see what was going on. He was quite proud to see that he had been driving, and climbed out of the driver's door and out onto the grass. He slammed the door and then patted the rusty metal side, like a rider pats a horse. "Bobby!" His grandma was at the top of the hill calling him. "Bobby, time to go!" "I'm here, Grandma," Bobby shouted back up as he climbed through the grass tufts and over the uneven slope of the hill. "I was driving, Grandma," he said. Grandma just thought Bobby was playing and said, "That's nice." "Yes," Bobby replied. "Look, I drove that car down the hill." "What do you mean down the hill?" "There, see?" Bobby pointed to the car. "What? Bobby, did you drive that car? Oh, goodness, that's dangerous. How did you get the car to move down the hill?" "Cecil!" Grandma shouted. "Come look at this." Bobby suddenly got the sense that he did something wrong. Grandpa came to the edge of the hill and, looking down, said, "Bobby, were you in that car?" Bobby got more careful with his words. "I don't know," he replied. "That car there, were you in it just now?" "I think so." "And it went down the hill there?" He pointed to the path that the car left in the grass. Bobby stopped walking and turned to look down the hill. "Yeah," he replied. "Were you in that car?" "Yeah." "How did it start to go down the hill?" "I don't know." Bobby continued back up the hill. "Did you do something to make it move?" "I don't know." "Bobby, you see where that car is? Look. Look down the hill a bit more." Bobby's grandpa leaned down as Bobby reached the top of the hill, and turned Bobby's shoulders, pointing in the direction he was speaking. If that tree didn't stop you, you might have gone that way over there, and you could have really hurt yourself." He pointed to where the hill suddenly got very steep, almost vertical. They turned back toward the car they arrived in, and as they walked, both his grandpa and grandma talked to Bobby about how careful he needs to be around cars, and that he shouldn't try to drive them. Cars are for adults, they are not toys. The talking lasted a long time, and Bobby began to feel that he had done a bad thing, and in the future he should be more careful around cars. In the evenings, Bobby nearly always had both his mother and father at home, where he climbed up on the couch to be snuggled. Sometimes his dad would bring out a big box of Old Dutch Ripple chips, and Bobby climbed down to dip his chips in the creamy flavored cheese. As he worked his way through the bag, bits of chips would break off into the dip, and Bobby had to pick them out with his fingers. Soon he was both eating chips and licking the salt and cheese from his fingers. By the time he finished, Bobby almost needed to take another bath. Sometimes instead of chips and dips, there was a dish of cheese and crackers with slices of sausage. Bobby placed a slice of cheese on top of a sausage on top of the cracker. Crackers were usually Ritz, or the bacon and onion flavored kind. On the evenings that there were no such treats, Bobby just played with his toys while his mother and father watched TV. Evenings for Bobby almost always had a sad element to them. For one thing, there was the inevitable sadness as the final advertisements played, signaling the end of Smothers Brothers, and the requirement that Bobby go to the bathroom and then off to bed. Bobby's line was usually, "I don't want to go to bed." But this particular evening, Bobby experienced a new feeling about bedtime. "Bobby, it's time for bed," his mother said. "Put your toys back in the toy box." Huh? Bobby was confused. Smothers Brothers wasn't over yet, and besides, what did it mean, "put your toys back"? He had never been told this sort of thing before, and he already spent the whole evening putting his toys out of the toy box. His toys were already spread all over the floor where he wanted them. Unable to process his mother's words, Bobby went back to the chip bowl where he hoped to munch himself into forgetfulness. "Did you hear your mother, son?" His dad's voice broke through. "Put your toys in the toy box." His father's voice sounded firmer than his mother's, and had an insistence Bobby didn't like. Bobby moved to grab his teddy bear when his mother interrupted. "Not with your sticky fingers! Go wash your hands!" Bobby didn't mind washing his hands, and he ran to wash the creamy chip dip off his fingers, coming back shortly afterwards. But when he rounded the corner to get Teddy, he saw that his father held Teddy in his arms, pulling it away when Bobby reached to take him. "Clean up your toys," his father repeated. Bobby looked around. He didn't know where to begin. "You take your Gumby and put him in the box, and Pokey too," his mother said. Now that was easy enough. Bobby turned and did what he was told, then came back to get Teddy. "And you need to pick up all the Mr. Potato Head pieces and put them away," his father continued. Bobby quickly grabbed Mr. Potato Head and threw him in the box, tossing some of the loose pieces after it, and then turned to get Teddy. "There are still some pieces on the floor," his mother added, "and you need to put all the pieces inside Mr. Potato Head, not just throw them in the box like that. You have to empty the box to get the pieces of Mr. Potato Head and put them away properly." Bobby was getting angry, and started throwing the toys out of the box randomly around the floor, tears rising in his eyes. He gathered Mr. Potato Head's ears and nose, and sitting down, opened Mr. Potato Head, placing the pieces inside. "Over here, you missed one of his eyes," his mother said, pointing at the floor until Bobby saw it. He scrambled over and grabbed the eye off the floor, putting it in Mr. Potato Head and slamming him into the box. "Now all the toys you took out of the box need to go back in." Bobby, turning to his father's voice, saw that Teddy was now sitting beside his father, so Bobby quickly ran to grab Teddy. But as soon as he got near, his father also grabbed Teddy, keeping him just out of Bobby's reach. "I want Teddy," Bobby replied. "Clean up the floor first," said his father. "No," said Bobby, "I want Teddy." Bobby stretched up, trying to reach Teddy. "Clean up the floor, Bobby," his father replied, holding Teddy in the air. "No!" Bobby shouted, this time forcefully, then ran to his bedroom. Inside the room, Bobby just stood, looking around. Being in the bedroom didn't seem to make much of a statement. He still didn't have his Teddy, and his parents weren't following him. He was just alone there. Bobby saw the closet door was open. Thinking that he could slam the closet door and make a big noise, he pushed with all his might, slamming the folding door as loud as he could. The only catch was that his little fingers were caught in the fold of the door, and as hard as he slammed the door was how much pressure he exerted to pinch his own fingers. Bobby howled as the pain cut through all the fingers of one hand. He came out of the bedroom raging with anger. He held his injured hand in his good hand and approached his mother and father. He looked at them, red-faced, anger stabbing them with his eyes, his hurt fingers spread out. They both looked at Bobby and suppressed their laughter, which made Bobby bend over and belt out as much anger as his body could produce. "What did you do, Bobby?" his father said. Bobby couldn't speak, though he tried. Everything was going wrong. He didn't have his Teddy, his parents expected him to put his toys away, and he hurt himself with his own anger. Bobby's father relented and invited Bobby to his lap for comfort. While wiping his tears, Bobby was told what he already knew, which was that if he had just put his toys away when he was told, none of this would have happened. Bobby's father gave him Teddy. Bobby hugged Teddy, climbed down and ran to bed, fingers still throbbing while his remaining toys were strewn about. "Yinlin, why are you still up?" her mother demanded. Yinlin was avoiding going to her bed. "Why not come here and I'll tell you a story," her father said. "Then you can go to bed." Yinlin's father was a natural storyteller, and this was a significant talent in days when there were no TVs or radios. Yinlin excitedly climbed up next to her father. "I'm going to tell you a story called The Golden Fish and the Fisherman," he began. "It's a Russian story. There once was a fisherman. Each day the fisherman would go out, and usually he came home with enough to eat for him and his wife. But sometimes he returned with nothing. They rarely had extra to trade with neighbors." Yinlin put her hand on her father's leg and leaned into him. However, for a few days the fisherman was not having any luck. All he got were small fish or nothing at all. The fisherman was worried because he was a responsible man and didn't want to come home again with nothing. Finally, a fish took the bait. But as it was being pulled to shore, the farmer could see something very shiny in the water. When he finally pulled it out, he discovered a strange thing. "He got a crab?" his daughter asked. "No, Yinlin. He caught a fish, but the fish was golden." "Golden?" "Yes, like the color of the letters on your red pocket, very shiny, very beautiful. But the more shocking thing was that the fish could talk." "A talking fish," Yinlin repeated to herself. Like a kitten, Yinlin pawed at her father's leg, lost in the dream of the story her father told. "What did he say?" Yinlin asked, without lifting her head from her father's side. "The fish said, 'Please, fisherman, let me go, and I will fulfill every need you have. Whenever you want anything, just come to the water and call, 'Fish, fish, fish,' 3 times, and I will come and answer your call." The The fisherman was so astounded by events that he had to believe what he was told, and without delay he returned the fish to his watery home. The fish floated there for a moment, twitched, and was gone. The fisherman sat down and pondered what just happened. That fish was not only golden, it was big, and would have been enough for several meals. What caused him to return it to the water? Was he dreaming? Why did he do it? The sun was setting and darkness was spreading. The fisherman was about to return home once again with nothing to show. Then, as the fisherman recalled to his mind what the fish said, he looked out into the blackening water. "Fish! Fish!" he whispered. "He didn't call 3 times," Yinlin said. "He's supposed to call 3 times." "That's right, Yinlin. Very good." Because he didn't call 3 times, all the fisherman saw was the dark water flashing in little waves in front of him. "Fish! Fish! Fish!" he called again, a bit louder. "I am so stupid," he thought. "What was I thinking?" He picked up his rod and line, grabbed his fish basket, and turning one last time to the water, he saw something flash. The golden fish returned and swam to the surface. "Hello, fisherman. What can I do for you?" The fisherman was not familiar with the procedure, and he was not sure what to say. How do you talk to a fish? And what should he ask for? So he began to explain to the fish what his situation was. "I've been fishing for days now, and you're the only good fish I caught. When I go home, we're not going to have anything to eat. It's my job to catch fish, and I'm going home tonight with nothing in my basket." "How can I help you, fisherman?" the fish asked. "Ask, and it will be done for you." There was silence as the fisherman thought a moment. "I want to have some fish to bring to my wife." Then, after a second thought, "Enough to have a bit extra for breakfast." "Okay, you go back," the fish replied. Oh. He still didn't know what was going on, but he grabbed his rod and basket and headed back home to their grass house. The fisherman again wondered. Was his hunger causing him to imagine things? What was going on? He came through the door and dropped his things and went to wash. As he did so, his wife greeted him and went to the fish basket. "Did you bring anything today?" she asked him. As she asked, he replied, "No, but I did catch a golden fish." She wasn't listening. Instead, she began to pull the fish out of the basket. The fisherman turned and gasped. "Do you understand, Yinlin? There were fish in the basket." "Right." The fisherman saw the fish and said, "It's real." "What are you talking about?" his wife said. "You always talk nonsense," she said, as she prepared the fish for cooking. When the man and his wife sat down to eat, the fisherman explained what happened. He told her how strange it all was, and he even hardly believed it until he saw the fish in the basket. "You're so stupid," she said to him. "That fish said it will give you anything you desire, and you asked for enough fish to eat for dinner and breakfast?" The fisherman swallowed his food, then looked at his wife. "Look around you. Are you happy with this poor house? You should have asked for a brick house." She got up angrily and left him sitting there to think about it. Then returning back to him, she stood there and said, "Tomorrow, when you go out, you call that fish again. If it comes back, you ask for a brick house. I'm so tired of this grass house. So stupid," she said, and then disappeared again. The next day the fisherman returned to the water. "Fish! Fish! Fish!" he called. Again the fish returned and asked him, "What do you want?" The fisherman replied, "My wife wants a house with brick." "Okay, you go back. It's done," the fish replied, and then disappeared back into the water. The fisherman continued fishing and returned at the end of the day. "Wah! In the place where their old grass house used to be was now a brick house." The wife was so happy. "Come, come, come," she said. "Look!" She showed her husband around the inside. It was clean and strong, but still small. After several days, while eating dinner, the wife said, "Oh, you stupid! We can ask for a better house, bigger." So the fisherman went and asked the fish again. And yes, they got a bigger house. Then the wife said, "We want a big house with servants and a full pantry, lots and lots." This happened more and more. Each day or week the wife would think of something more and then send the husband to go get it. And each day or week the husband got more and more reluctant to ask, and the fish demonstrated sympathy to the fisherman. Eventually the wife said, "I want a palace. I want to be queen." So the man asked. Then the fish sighed and said, "Okay, you go back." So the old man went back, and the old lady became the queen and lived in the palace. And it's very grand, very beautiful. But the old lady didn't stop. She said, "You stupid man, go back for her. I want the golden fish to be the servant of me." You see, Yinlin, actually the wife didn't like that the man had power over the fish. She wanted the power. So the fisherman went back. This time the fisherman called out, "Fish, fish, fish." He didn't call with much enthusiasm. In fact, he was sad. He wasn't sure how he was going to ask the fish for this request. When the fish appeared, the fish said, "What can I do for you?" The man looked down and said in a quiet voice, "She wants you to be her servant." The fish said, "Okay, you go back. It's done. Thank you again for preserving my life." And the fish swam away. The man thought about it. The fish never ended by saying thank you like that. This time was different. Why did the fish thank him? So the man went back and looked at his old lady. She was living in the straw house again. Everything returned to what it was before. The wife was in the door shouting from far away. "You stupid man!" she cried, sobbing. "What did you do?" Then the man understood the fish said goodbye to him finally, and the wife and the man learned their lessons. It was done. By the time the story was finished, Yinlin had stopped kneading her father's leg and grew very quiet. "Okay, off to bed, Yinlin." Yinlin fell asleep with the golden fish in her mind. And as she slept, she had a dream. In the dream, she was the fisherman, but the fish she pulled out of the water was black and slimy, and had red eyes. "You ugly," Yinlin said. It was also a talking fish, and the fish sounded mean. "What is your plan?" the fish asked. "Do you dare to eat me?" Its voice sounded like an echo from deep inside a well. Yinlin replied, "I don't need to eat you. We're very rich." And, after a pause, added quickly, "My dad's a military officer." hoping to scare the fish. "And what about your mother? Does she dare to eat me?" the fish asked. Yinlin's skin crawled, and she hurried to take the fish off the hook, but as soon as she touched the fish, it seemed to cast a spell on Yinlin. In her dream, Yinlin was no longer holding the fish, but was floating above her bed. She could see herself there, but her bed was immersed and blended into a dark pool of water, where she lay on her side submerged, neither breathing nor requiring air. In the shadows of the water, the black fish circled around her. As it got closer and closer, the fish called in an echoing whisper, "Yinlin, do you dare? Yinlin, do you dare? Yinlin, do you dare?" it asked, repeating again and again. "I don't need you," Yinlin shouted back in tears. But the fish came closer and closer, repeating in its hypnotic tone, "Do you dare?" Then slowly drifting around to a position just in front of her, the fish paused. At that moment, that very instant, several things happened all at once. With a flick of its fin, the fish launched itself into her belly as everything turned black. Yinlin, who was again herself, no longer floating above the scene, felt the intrusion of the fish. It was in her belly, curling into a ball, causing Yinlin to believe the dark invader would eat her from the inside. And also, at that very moment of penetration and realization, Yinlin woke with what in the dream was a scream, but in reality a muffled gasp. All was dark around her. Her heart was beating. She couldn't see anything. She was comforted to realize that her grandmother was there sleeping beside her, and she pushed her back up against her grandmother's side. Curling her body, she held her tummy, and once again fell asleep, this time dreamless, floating down, down into the dark deep. Bobby's mother dropped Bobby at the Smitty's one morning so she could visit the doctor. Bobby's father was there, and he treated Bobby as if he were a customer. Leading Bobby to the table, he handed him a menu, asking him if he would like anything to drink. "Chocolate milk? Milk? Orange juice?" "Chocolate milk," said Bobby. His father walked off to get the milk, saying to his colleagues, "That's my boy." Bobby's father returned, put the chocolate milk in front of him, and asked him what he wanted to order. Bobby looked at the pictures on the menu, but there were too many decisions for him. After waiting a moment or two, Bobby's dad said, "How about piggies in a blanket? I think you'll like that." "What's that?" Bobby asked. "Oh, you wait and see. You're going to like it, I promise," his father said. Bobby sat there while his father told someone to refill and wipe down the salt and pepper shakers. He moved around the restaurant quickly, opening the cash register for something and grabbing the pile of receipts that had been spiked beside the till. It was a cold January morning and the restaurant wasn't very busy, but Bobby's father looked like he had lots to do. Eventually a bell rang back in the restaurant somewhere, and Bobby's father placed the dish in front of Bobby. It had 3 rolled-up pancakes. Bobby said, "Those are pancakes." "Yes, right," Bobby's father said. "Here, let me cut them for you." Bobby's father cut the pancakes, revealing the sausages that were tucked inside. "You see," he said, "these are the piggies." He pointed to the sausage with a knife. "And the pancakes are the blankets. Piggies in a blanket." Bobby's father poured syrup on the pancakes, and Bobby began eating. "Good?" Bobby's father asked, as he sat down in front of Bobby. "Mm-hmm," replied Bobby. It was delicious. As Bobby ate, Bobby's father cut some more pieces for him and said, "You know what your mum is doing?" Bobby shook his head, no. "She's going to see the doctor. Very soon you're going to have a baby brother or sister. It might be any day now. Would you like that? Then you would have someone to play with." "Yeah." Actually, Bobby had no way of knowing if he wanted a brother or sister, since he couldn't imagine it. But his father was smiling and looked excited, so Bobby thought it should be good. "We don't know when the baby will come, but when your mum goes to the hospital, Daddy needs to take her. You will stay at the Henrys. Do you remember them? You always eat pudding at their place. Mrs. Henry lets you eat all the pudding you want. Do you remember?" "Yeah." A week or more after this breakfast, Bobby found himself with his father, in the middle of the night, driving through the dark woods. Bobby had his pajamas on, and they were heading to the Henrys. A small suitcase was in the back of the car. Bobby was nervous going to the Henrys because they had a big dog who always barked, and would come sniff around while they got out of the car. The dog was also allowed in the house and followed Bobby around the kitchen, sticking his nose near Bobby's face as he sat at the kids' table eating his pudding. "Don't worry, Bobby. You will stay at the Henrys just for the night, and when your mum gets back from the hospital, I'll come pick you up." As they approached the house, the big dog came out, wagging his tail and barking at the car. Bobby's father parked, got out, and came around to the passenger side, lifting Bobby in his arms and keeping him away from the dog's sniffing nose. Brief greetings were exchanged between Bobby's father and the Henrys. His dad set Bobby down, guiding Bobby's hand into Mrs. Henry's, and handing the little suitcase to Mr. Henry. Both Henrys assured Ben that Bobby was going to be fine and not to worry. Ben hurried back to the car, slipping in the snow as he went, and Mrs. Henry guided Bobby through a door to a big bed, and she told Bobby that Archie, the dog, would sleep on the floor opposite to him. She showed Bobby that Archie had his own basket with bedding inside it. As she spoke, Archie was turning circles and preparing to settle. Somehow this made Bobby feel less alone, and both he and Archie soon fell asleep. Things took longer than expected. The days passed. Each morning Ben was welcomed to a warm fire in the fireplace heating the living room. The house was big, with lots of room to play, and Bobby eventually became comfortable with Archie, who was a gentle and friendly German shepherd. He didn't bark as much now that he was familiar with Bobby. When Bobby sat down to play, Archie carefully sniffed each toy that Bobby brought out, then lay on the floor nearby, providing constant companionship. Each afternoon Bobby came around to the kitchen to spy on the little dishes filled with pudding and covered with wax paper, anticipating what each new flavor would taste like. One night it was chocolate, another time butterscotch, and another time coconut. Bobby liked them all, and he looked forward to dinner every night. Bobby was just scooping the last bit of coconut pudding from the dish and brushing away Archie's wet nose, which had touched his ear while sniffing around. Mrs. Henry had been on the phone. "Tomorrow morning your dad will come and get you," Mrs. Henry announced to Bobby at the evening meal. "Just one more night with us." Bobby felt happy that his dad was coming, but also sad. He was enjoying his surroundings and the comfort of the Henrys' home. The next day his father showed up. "Everything went very well," he said to the Henrys. "It's a boy, and yes, he had to be put in an incubator, but the doctor said it was just a precaution. Despite his low weight, the boy is fine, quite healthy. His name was Maxwell." As Bobby kicked off his boots in the landing at their home, Bobby's father went to the bedroom. Together, Bobby's mum and dad came out. His dad said, "Bobby, do you want to meet your brother?" "Okay," said Bobby. Bobby's mum lowered Maxwell down to Bobby's level, and Bobby looked with wonder at this little body with tiny fingers, little nose, and small face. "Say, 'Hi, Maxwell,'" his father said. "Hi, Maxwell." "Do you want to hold him?" Bobby's father asked. Bobby looked uncertain. "You can. Just hold out your arms like this." Bobby's mother placed little Maxwell in Bobby's arms, and he was amazed. "You see," his father said, "that's your little brother." Bobby started rocking Maxwell side to side, almost instinctively, feeling the warmth of Maxwell's body against his own. It might have been a moment, but to Maxwell it was timeless. "Okay, give him back to me," said his mother. Bobby released Maxwell back to his mother and watched as she rocked Maxwell and walked slowly to the living room where she sat down. Bobby followed his mother into the living room, and he got up on the couch beside her, looking over her arm to see Maxwell's face. "That's my brother," he said to his daddy. Maxwell reached out a hand. "You could put your finger in his hand like this," Bobby's dad said. He showed Bobby how to put his finger out so that Maxwell could grasp it. Bobby put his finger out. Bobby giggled in wonderment. Bobby touched Maxwell's hand with his free hand. "Why are his fingers wrinkled?" Bobby asked. "That's what babies look like when they're born," his mother said. "You were like that too." Bobby was pleased and shocked to have this new brother, and amazed to see such a tiny human, someone that even he could hold in his arms. He jumped down off the couch, grabbed his Gumby and Pokey, and climbed back up. "See, Maxwell, this is Gumby, and this is Pokey." He pushed Gumby, then Pokey, up close to his brother's face. "You can play with the Pokey if you want." Maxwell yawned and rubbed his eyes with his tiny fist, making joop-joop sounds with his mouth. "That's very nice, Bobby," said his father. "You're already showing love to your brother, but Maxwell's too young for toys now. When he gets a little bigger, you'll be able to play together." From that day forward, Bobby had a brother. Now, instead of having a dog sleeping nearby while Bobby played, he had his brother in the jumper, the bassinet, or the stroller. The sounds of cooing or babbling or crying accompanied Bobby everywhere, and seemed to fill all the empty space of the house. The roof didn't seem so high or the floor so cold as before. Everything felt closer. Bobby was completely absorbed with anything related to his little brother. He wished he could use the jumper, or stroll in the stroller, but every time he tried, his mother would say, "Bobby, you're too big for that. It's for babies, not for you." On a cold winter night, several months after Yinlin heard the tale of the golden fish, Yinlin woke with a start. Had she heard her mother cry out? The lights were on, and her grandmother was standing near her mum's bedroom door. Some men carrying a stretcher had come into the house and moved toward the bedroom. Yinlin clearly heard groans from her mother. "Ah!" Yinlin started to cry. "What's wrong?" Yinlin thought something disastrous was happening. With the sound of her mother crying and the men inside talking quickly and urgently, Yinlin believed she was going to lose her mother. "Ah!" Yinlin sat in her bed, wide-mouthed, tears coming down her face. All Yinlin's face showed tragedy and loss. She was desperate. "Ah!" she continued to cry as the men carried her mother out the door. As soon as they disappeared into the night, Yinlin got up and followed in swift little steps, standing in the entrance. She watched through eyes flooded with tears as the men put her mother in the back of a cart. It was a 3-wheeled tractor with a large back area for carrying things like produce or dirt or anything. This time it was covered with a soft matting, and Yinlin's mother was gently placed in the back and covered with several blankets. Yinlin cried louder, reaching out her hand and leaning over as if in pain. "Mom! Come back, Mom!" she cried. Nai appeared behind her, and Yinlin turned, sobbing. Where are they going?" she cried. "Where are they going?" Nai Nai shushed her gently and said, "Don't worry, Yinlin. Everything is okay. Come back inside." Yinlin, wanting relief at any cost, followed her Nai Nai back into the bedroom. She was mollified somewhat as Nai Nai led her back to the bed. In recent months, Yinlin had begun to sleep in her own bed, but tonight Nai Nai invited Yinlin back to her bed, and this made Yinlin feel safer. Yinlin continued, not less urgently, but unwilling yet to let go of her desperate feeling. She sat on the bed waiting to hear Nai Nai's explanation. Nai Nai slowly set her body down beside Yinlin. "Come here," she said, holding Yinlin by her side. Yinlin's body continued huffing from time to time as she tried to catch her breath. "Shh, shh," Nai Nai soothed Yinlin. "Well, actually, that's not how it went. According to Yinlin's emotion, according to Yinlin's inner experience, the events as described just now are an exact description of how everything happened. However, according to what Yinlin's Nai Nai saw, Yinlin's outer expression was far more subdued, almost void. At the age of 5 years, Yinlin had already learned that expressing too much emotion was not acceptable, especially negative emotions. She was expected to act like an adult, and adults never express the pains of their suffering. If one had observed the traumatic event of Yinlin's mother being taken out, all an objective observer would have seen is Yinlin waking, and with a blank face watching as her mother was taken out of the house. Yinlin did follow, but she followed without expression and in measured steps, betraying nothing of the desperation she actually felt. The only evidence that something might have disturbed Yinlin was that she asked Nai Nai where Mum went, and if she could sleep with Nai Nai tonight. "Do you remember we've been telling you that you will be having a baby brother or sister?" Yinlin remembered. She remembered looking at her mother's tummy and seeing how big it was. She nodded her head and slowly, secretly, she took in a deep breath to calm herself down. "Well, the baby is on its way, and Mum needs to go to the hospital." Yinlin then asked, "Do you get the baby at the hospital?" She couldn't understand what was wrong with her mother and why the baby needed to come when her mother was sick. "Yes, the baby will come in the hospital." "But what's wrong with Mum? Why is she sick?" "No, Yinlin, nothing's wrong with Mum. The men were taking her to help her have the baby. This is normal for a woman. Every woman has this. It was the same when you were born, and it was the same when I had your mother." "Really?" Yinlin asked. "Mum went to the hospital to come get me?" "Yes. After Mum goes to the hospital, then she will have the baby and come home. Then you will be able to meet your new brother or sister." "Oh. Okay," Yinlin said. No one would know how much Yinlin needed reassurance, but it was beginning to make sense to her. She didn't understand everything, such as why men needed to take Mum in the stretcher, and why her mum was crying. Maybe she was nervous about whether it would be a boy or girl, but it didn't matter, as long as things were normal and everything would be fine. Yinlin stopped worrying and jumped out of bed, and, looking through her toys, pulled out the wind-up panda. Coming back to bed, she wound up the toy, telling Nai Nai, "I'm going to give this to the baby," she said to Nai Nai. "Oh, that's very nice, but I think you should sleep now." "Okay, I'll give the toy to the baby in the morning." "Oh, it won't be so quick. Your mother will be gone for several days before she comes back." Yinlin was disappointed by this news, but the thought that nothing was wrong with her mother, and the idea that she would have a baby brother or sister, excited her enough that she was able to go back to sleep, feeling not only comforted but even a bit excited. She lay back down in bed, and while the light was still on, she looked closely at her toy panda. As Nai closed the door to her mother's bedroom, Yinlin talked softly. She was speaking to her new brother or sister, explaining, "This is a panda. Do you know that a panda is a Chinese animal? We gave 2 pandas to America as a gift, and I'm going to give this one to you. I just don't know if I should call it Ling Ling or Xing Xing," she explained to the baby. "Xing Xing if you're a boy, and Ling Ling if you're a girl." Life returned to normal, and Yinlin loved her new baby sister. Her sister was given the name Yin Kai Jiao, but Yinlin said she was going to call her Ling Ling, after the panda. "She's cute, like a panda," Yinlin said. With the addition of the baby in the home, Yinlin spent more time with her Nai or on her own. Her family was happy, and when her mother had time, she made flowers out of plastic to beautify the surroundings. Yinlin sometimes entertained herself by laying on the table outside, looking up into the sky and listening to the sounds of arguing in other homes. One of the kids was crying, and she could hear the father shouting and no doubt hitting his child. But Yinlin's home was quiet and joyful. She thought about how neat and beautiful both her mother and her grandmother were, and her sister even didn't cry that much, just coo and goo. Bobby's father owned 3 Smitty's restaurants, the nearest one being just around the corner from their house. On the days he worked there, Bobby's father left the car in the driveway, but his father wasn't too careful about the deposit bags and would often leave them in the front seat of the car. It was quite normal for Bobby to play in the car, and before long Bobby ventured out and saw the bank bags sitting in the front seat. Inside the bags he discovered rolls of coins, loose change, and a stack of colorful paper wrapped in rubber bands. He didn't understand money yet, and to him it was just shiny bits of metal and dirty printed paper. It wasn't long ago that Bobby had gotten into trouble for using scissors to cut huge slashes across the cushions of the couch. He had observed his grandmother cutting cloth for dressmaking, and felt he was doing something important. His mother disabused him of this idea, however, speaking harshly with him about his need to behave. He should only use scissors for cutting paper. Well, the colorful paper Bobby found in the front seat of the car seemed to fit the definition. Bobby went inside the house and pulled the scissors from the kitchen drawer, and went back outside. First, he cut the elastic bands which wrapped all the other rounds of money tightly together. They were quite tough, but as soon as he broke through the thick ones, several bunches of money fell to the floor, but also several loose bills fluttered out as well. Bobby picked up the loose bills and ran into the house. At the kitchen table he started cutting. He cut 20s and 50s, 10s and 5s. He cut lots of money and enjoyed it very much. He was fascinated with the power of scissors to transform the paper. Slowly the thought crept up on him that maybe he shouldn't be doing this. Usually when he was having a lot of fun by himself, like when he skated in the kitchen, or when he cut the cushions, or when he made the big fire out back, somehow this led to trouble. Thinking better of his actions, Bobby started to clean up after himself. He put the scissors back in the drawer and gathered all the colorful paper, throwing it in the garbage. For good measure, Bobby put a few tissues over the top of the colorful paper so it wouldn't be seen, and ran out to the car, making sure to put all the coins and bills back in the money bag. Satisfied, Bobby thought he did a good job, forgot about it, and went on with his day. Later in the afternoon, when Bobby was eating chocolate chips, his mother lifted the garbage lid to throw something out. "What's this?" she asked out loud, reaching in to pick up a piece of paper. It was blue. What's all this?" his mother repeated as she drew out more shreds of colored paper. "Bobby, do you have any idea what all this is?" Bobby said, "I cut it." "But what is it?" his mother asked. "It looks like money." "I don't know," Bobby replied. He was speaking truthfully, as he didn't know what money was. "Where did you get this?" his mother asked. "From the car." "The car?" she repeated. "Come, show me." Bobby got down off the kitchen chair, and leaving the chocolate chips on the table, he went down to the landing and across to the side door of the car. He pointed to the bank deposit bag. "There," Bobby pointed. "Bobby, that's money," his mother said. "You can't cut that." They came back into the house, and his mother took out all the shreds of money, trying to figure out if she could put it back together or not. Some of the bills had been cut in half and could be fitted together again. Other bills were cut into such tiny pieces that it was hopeless to restore them. Bobby went back to his chocolate chips, but what he was going to learn would change the summer for him, as his mother tried to explain money. Bobby's mother gathered some money and laid it out in front of Bobby on the kitchen table. As she did so, she began to explain how money worked. "Bobby, look at this. You see, this kind of paper is special. You can't cut it. Do you know what you can do with this paper?" "What?" Bobby asked. "Well, for example, if you take just a few of these metal coins here," she showed him a dime and a quarter, "you could buy all sorts of candies. All you have to do is take the coins to the store down the street, and if you give these coins, you can take the candy. But if you take even this one paper here, you can buy so many candies that you can't even carry it all. And each of these papers are worth so much more. But if you cut the papers, then you can't buy anything with them. Do you understand?" Yes, Bobby understood. If he took the little coins to the store down the street, he could give the coins to the store owner and take the candy. So the next day, that's what he did. He went into the front seat of his father's car and grabbed 2 coins, and then walked to the store. Whenever his father left the car in the driveway, Bobby would look for the money bag. Some days Bobby bought licorice strings, other days he bought sponge toffee. One day Bobby made 2 trips. The first trip he had pixie sticks. Then he thought he could use the pixie stick as a straw and returned to the store to buy grape Fanta. The store owner asked, "Do you get this money from your parents?" Bobby replied yes, but he never made 2 trips to the store on the same day again after that. One day in April, Yinlin came home to find her mother in the eating area with Kaijiao. Her mum sat with a strange look on her face. As Yinlin bounded through the door to drop her things, Juyu said, "Don't go in there, daughter." Yinlin stopped abruptly. Obediently, she sat at the table and looked at her mother. Yinlin's face showed expectation and openness, awaiting her mother's explanation. Had Yinlin done something wrong, she wondered? Not likely. Her face did not seem angry. This was a different expression, similar to anger, but softer. Yinlin's mother said, "Get me a piece of that watermelon, will you?" Yinlin got the watermelon and handed it to her mother, who held it to Kaijiao's lips. Kaijiao mouthed around the fruit quietly. "Where's Nai-Nai?" Yinlin asked. "She's in her bed," replied Juyu. "Oh," Yinlin replied. It was normal for Nai-Nai to take a nap in the afternoons, but Usually she was awake when Yinlin came home. "Yinlin, Nai is not going to wake up," Juyu said. "She died today." "Died?" Yinlin replied. "Yes." "That means she will not wake up?" "Yes." "Oh," thought Yinlin. Her mother's emotion was hard to read, and Yinlin didn't really know how to react. It wasn't so long ago when Yinlin thought her mum was dying, and she remembered how scary that was. But during that time, her mum was shouting out in pain. Now her Nai was actually dead, but everything was calm. Yinlin didn't feel anything. It just seemed like a normal afternoon, and Nai was taking a nap. "Some men will be coming soon," Juyu said. "They will take Nai. Your father's coming, and we will say goodbye to Nai in a few days." Soon enough the men came to the door, carrying a long wooden box. Yinlin's mother directed them into the room with a few words, and they quickly removed the body from the bed and went back out the door. "I want you to hold your sister for a few minutes. I'm going to tidy things up in there. You just stay out here." Yinlin's mother cleared the sheets off the bed and took the curtain down from the bed frame. She put the old sheets and blankets in a pile and began to gather all of Nai's clothes and personal items from the various drawers and hiding places. Some items were put on one pile, and other items, such as Nai's jade headpiece, Juyu kept for herself and put away in some new hiding spot. As Nai's things accumulated in piles, Juyu then began to pack them into baskets. Juyu also began packing for Yinlin, Kaijiao, and herself. They were going on a trip. Qianlong appeared at the door, and after a brief fatherly exchange with Yinlin and Kaijiao, he and several other soldiers started to dismantle Nai's old bed and carry all her belongings out to the back of a truck. Within an hour, everyone loaded up. The younger soldiers were in the back. Qianlong was at the wheel. Juyu sat in the center with Kaijiao on her knee, and Yinlin sat next to the window. Along the way, there wasn't much talking, but after the soldiers were dropped off, Yinlin asked where they were going. "We're going back to Nai's house in the country," Juyu said, "the place where I grew up." Yinlin had vague memories of Nai's old place, as they hadn't visited since Uncle Wei died. After Ye died and Nai moved in with Juyu and Qianlong, it was thought best that Lu Ai and her 2 kids move into the big house and keep the place up. Yinlin's mom asked if she remembered her Uncle Ju Wei. Yinlin nodded, but actually she didn't remember much. "He loved you so, so much," Juyu said. "You know the poem above your bed? He wrote that for you." Yes, Yinlin thought, she heard this from her mother several times. The poem was written by her uncle's own hand. Yinlin didn't remember much about her uncle, but she remembered the stories about him and the turtle. Shortly after Ye and Nai moved to the country, a dispute arose between them and Uncle Wei. Wu Wen and Zhu Zheng did not try to hide their spite against Lu Ai, Yinlin's aunt. They thought she was too tricky to capture their son, Wu Wei, and cause him to give up all his privilege by moving to the country. In their view, a move to the country was like committing suicide, because he gave up his Shanghai status and benefits, all for the sake of having a divorced woman. If he hadn't made such a stupid decision, Wu Wen and Zhu Zheng might have been able to stay in the city, not to be cast out like trash. Lu Ai could feel their spite, and because of this, it wasn't long before a silence separated Ye and Nai from their child. Despite being both neighbors and family, they went years without saying a word to each other, not even a pleasant greeting. However, all this changed when Yinlin was born. Whenever Juyu and Yinlin came for a visit, they would be sure to stop by Uncle Wei's home. He thought you were so cute. I don't know why. Your uncle carried you everywhere and treated you as his own child. I guess you were like the daughter he never had." Yinlin heard this before, but listened politely anyway. "You were impossible, actually. Crying all night and sleeping all day. I never got any rest, and then had to work all day. It's amazing I had another child. I'm so glad Kaijiao's better behaved." Juyu wasn't exactly accusing her daughter of deliberately making her life difficult, but that is how it sounded to Yinlin. She felt bad whenever her mother spoke about how poorly she behaved. "So your uncle wrote the poem to help you sleep." The poem was a familiar one to Chinese people. It translates to English as, "My home has a crying baby all night. I hope she will sleep till morning light." In Chinese it is concise and rhythmical. Yinlin's uncle placed the poem above the bed as a charm over Yinlin. Actually, he copied the poem again and again and posted it here and there. When Juyu returned home, he provided her several copies, urging her mum to read the poem as much as possible, so that Yinlin might sleep better. Uncle Wei also played with her during the day, and gave a break to Juyu, who could enjoy her visits with the family, which usually meant that she busied herself making a feast for everyone. But these became family times, and served to soften relations between Wei, Luai, and Juyu's parents. "It's too bad he isn't still here," Juyu continued. "Such a stupid man," she complained. "If he hadn't left the city, life might have been easier, and then he wouldn't get the cancer." Juyu also was not beyond blaming her brother for his marriage choice, but the blame and anger was also a sign of care. Yinlin remembered how much her mother tried to help her brother, even if superstition was the only thing she could turn to. Juyu brought a turtle into the home and put it on her brother's tummy, believing that the longevity and tenacity of the turtle might pass into her brother. Each evening they performed a kind of ritual where her uncle would lay down, and Juyu placed the turtle on his tummy, while tearfully whispering to the turtle, asking him to please share his strength with her brother. Uncle and turtle, belly to belly. After 3 days, Yinlin's mother found the turtle dead in the pot they kept it in. 3 was generally thought to be a lucky number, so Juyu hoped this was a positive sign. Perhaps the turtle really did pass its life force on to her brother. Juyu didn't think it would be appropriate to eat the turtle after such a gift, and she was afraid that others might discover it and turn it into food, so she had her brother bury the turtle, and hoped that this action would make their respect official. The thought hadn't occurred to her that since the turtle died, it perhaps didn't have enough life force to pass on to Wu Wei, who also died several months later. "But you never cried at his funeral," Juyu said. "Don't you miss him?" But Yinlin was still very much a young child, and even younger when her uncle died. All she remembered about him was the image she had in her mind of her mother placing the turtle on her brother's tummy. She recalled the angry sadness of her mother, recalled her mother's tears, and her uncle looking up to the ceiling, a tender intimacy with the turtle, and with death. Yinlin and her family arrived at Nainai's home in the country before the others. Luai was there, of course, and so was her eldest son, Zhu Wuzhen, and his wife Huiguang, who was pregnant at the time with their first child, but not yet showing. Uncle Wuzhen stayed at home and farmed the land while his younger brother Tengfei was in the city, just finishing his chemistry degree. Wuzhen helped Qianlong unload the truck while Huiguang provided a light meal. Juyu unpacked and got things settled in her old room, while Yinlin watched over Kaijiao. Qianlong busied himself with rebuilding Nainai's rosewood bed. As evening set in, Yinlin was put to bed while Qianlong and Juyu visited outside with Yinlin's aunt and cousin. Yinlin woke up the next morning to the arrival sounds of more family. She came out of the room to see her uncle Ju Xiaobo, his wife Song Chunhua, and their daughter Ju Luhong coming through the entryway with their things. Yinlin spotted Luhong. They both smiled and waved to each other. Yinlin and her family often visited her cousin in Shanghai, who was a little younger than Yinlin. Uncle Xiaobo had also been in the military, though he now worked as a construction foreman. His wife worked together with him as a secretary, managing his files and customers. Yinlin's mother and father greeted them at the door, making them feel welcome and getting them settled. It was going to be a busy day, however, and after Yinlin and Lu Hong had their congee, Juyu soon had the two of them folding yellow longevity papers into little gold bars. Juyu demonstrated how it should be done. She told the girls that each fold must be carefully and slowly made, and that it should be done in a showy fashion. It was important that the gods see how much care is put into every fold. Juyu told them to make as many gold bars as possible. These were going to be sent with Nai to her new home. Xiaobo was the one who picked up Nai's ashes the previous day. He had set up candles and incense beside her urn at his home on the shelf, and kept Nai company all through the night. Shortly after arriving, he carefully passed the burial urn, which was wrapped in a bright white cloth, to Qianlong, who had prepared a place in Juyu's old room where her ashes could be kept. Qianlong took his turn at watching. Morning passed to noon, then afternoon. Yinlin's other aunt and uncle arrived. Zhengya and Donghai were both teachers who lived in the country with their 3 children. 2 daughters, Meihui and Jinghua, who were both older than Yinlin by 8 and 6 years, and their 1 boy, Tingguan, who was only 2 years older than Yinlin. They took rooms in Juwei's old home just down the lane, and had already unpacked. After greeting everyone, they too joined in the preparations. There was something for everyone to do, especially in the kitchen. Vegetables needed chopping, dough needed mixing. Meihui, the eldest of the 3 newly arrived cousins, and her sister Jinghua, took care of Kaijiao while the 2 aunties, Yinlin's mother and cousin Huiguang, worked on food preparation. The early stages of the day involved a lot of soaking, beans, rice, and bamboo leaves. Seasonings were prepared next, and soon the boiling and frying got underway. There was no central planning exactly, but Juyu tended to notice when things were not getting done. She minded the others and made suggestions while busying herself with dough for dumplings. Huiguang prepared the bamboo, soaked the beans, and seasoned the pork. Aunt Chunhua was also good at noticing what needed doing, and would comment at times if she thought an ingredient was missing, or if a little less of something might taste better. She made sure that no one went hungry or thirsty through the day. Lu Ai busied herself in the background. She took care of the cooking pots and utensils. If she needed help, she got Wu Zhen to gather whatever was needed from the old house. Once everyone in the kitchen was tended to, she joined Zhengya with preparation of the clothes for mourning. This was a big job and required making the patterns, cutting and sewing the cloth tailored to fit each member of the funeral party. Zhengya recruited her 2 daughters to help whenever they had a free hand, and as the day progressed and food items were settled, the other women from the kitchen joined in the sewing. During all this time there was a calmness and efficiency about the preparation that kept conversations subdued and warm. They spoke about events at home, their work or business, changes taking place in the country, relationships, goings-on with the neighbors, as well as hopes and fears for the future. Their conversation not only seasoned the food, blending together with the smells from the kitchen, but it threaded the funeral cloth as well. The mood and order of the day was alive with cooperation and intensity of purpose. Incense from Nai-Nai's room reminded everyone of the hope that Nai-Nai would enjoy this final time with everyone together. The work lasted longer than the conversation, as darkness fell unnoticed. The women checked on the food to make sure nothing was overlooked. Final alterations were made with funeral outfits, and one by one the children were sent to bed or dozed off. The men continued to stay with Nai-Nai. Donghai stayed till the middle of the night, at which time Qianlong took over the spot, until Zhu Xiaobo resumed duties in the morning, allowing Qianlong to get refreshed for the ceremony. Yinlin was awakened the next morning and was told to wash and get dressed. Her mother and father were already in their white funeral outfits, and Qianlong held Kaijia while Juyu helped Yinlin with her outfit. Soon Yinlin and the rest of the family were outside. Yinlin saw that everyone wore the same white outfit over their normal clothes. It was a white burlap cloth, and included a head covering as well as white booties worn over the feet. The general impression was that of the KKK gathering for a cross burning. Uncle Xiaobo came out of the house cradling Nai-Nai's urn in his arms, and took a place at the front of the line. The rest of the family fell into place along with a few others from the community, who had been made aware of the funeral today. The sky was clear, and there was a crispness to the air which would soon warm under the rising April sun. As the group began its procession south toward the river, musicians hired for the purpose began playing their instruments. The clatter of the sona, cymbals, and tambourines let everyone in the neighborhood know that a funeral entourage was passing by. Nai-Nai's home was not far from the river, and after a short walk along the powdered road, the group came to a clearing on the west side of the path, somewhat sheltered by a group of trees. The area was unevenly grassy, with alternating patches of hardened clay surface. As Yinlin looked around, it was clear that someone had prepared this area early in the morning. Uncle Xiaobo went directly to the front, walking behind the center table, and gently placed the urn, still wrapped in white cloth, on the pedestal. With the sun rising behind their backs, the white cloth shone with brilliance. Behind and to the right of the urn, a long stick planted in the ground had a large white character poster proclaiming, "Your soul returns to its native place, riding the back of a crane to western paradise." Below the urn and spread all around the front of the square table were dishes of fruit, each dish of apples, pears, and oranges, arranged to form little pyramids. Among the fruits, also set on serving dishes, were a roasted chicken, duck, and a pork hock roasted to a golden sheen. Of course, there was a bowl of rice and a glass of both wine and tea. In the center sat a medium-sized clay pot with fine sand inside it and 2 large joss sticks placed within the sand. 2 red candles stood on either side of the table. Below and forward of the table was a large metal tub or burning pit, and beside it a small metal container of gasoline. All told, there were 3 tables. The square center table on which the funerary urn was mounted, and a rectangular table on either side of the square one, branching forward to the mourners like wings. All tables had white cloth covering the length of the surface and hanging down at the ends. White and yellow chrysanthemums were mounted all around the edges of the tables. The table to the right had a couple of baskets. One basket had Nai-Nai's bed sheets neatly folded. Another basket had some of her favorite clothes. Yinlin observed these baskets and also saw a smaller basket containing the gold bars that she and Lu Hong had folded the previous day. It looked like some other larger bars were there as well, probably folded by the adults. Beside the gold bars was arranged a pile of hell money, all stacked in tight bundles. On the near end of the table was a large cooking pot with a lid and many small soup bowls and spoons. The table on the left of the urn had several flower arrangements and a loose pile of white irises. Closest to the urn was a large stack of joss sticks and a few boxes of matches. The neighborhood guests placed blankets, pieces of precious cloth, or flowers on the near end of this table before finding a seat toward the rear. Once everyone was seated, Zhu Wuzhen rose and stood in the front of the center table. Cousin Wu Zhen was selected to start the ceremony as a representative of the eldest, but already deceased son Wu Wei. The musicians continued their brash performance, playing even louder, causing an almost hypnotic numbness to overtake the attendees. Turning his back to the people seated and facing the urn at the front, Wu Zhen pressed his hands together in front of his forehead and bowed 3 times. Then he stepped toward the table on the left, picking up a box of matches. Lighting one, he then lit each of the candles on either side of the table. Then, taking the large joss sticks out of the pot in which they stood, Wu Zhen lit them simultaneously using the flame of the candle on the left. Holding the joss sticks between his palms, he returned to the center place and repeated the gesture of bowing 3 times. Moving forward, he stuck the joss sticks back in the potted sand. Then, turning, he returned to his seat. During this whole time the clatter and clash of the musicians had been playing, but when Wu Zhen sat down, the music stopped. The candles flickered, and the sweet smell of incense floated along the breeze. At that moment Yinlin became alert with wonder. After the clattering sound of music, and all the chatting and moving about, everything was suddenly still. It was so quiet that you could hear people going about their daily business off in the distance, and nearby birds twittering their morning tweets. It was quiet enough to hear the gentle breezes of the morning as they wafted through the tablecloths and flowers, each little petal wavering gently in the air. And the white cloth at the ends of the table, and the character cloth hanging behind the urn, all waving gently, the edges of the cloth shimmering golden light. Yinlin felt a surreal sense of liminality. Nothing was as it seemed. Looking sideways at her father, Yinlin realized that he was wearing his uniform underneath the funeral cloth. She could tell that it was pressed and his boots were shining. He looked very handsome and dignified. In those days, a soldier's uniform was unmatched in quality and workmanship, and represented the height of style. If people had known of Gucci at the time, they would have considered the uniform to be superior. You could not buy better cloth anywhere. Only soldiers had such excellent tailoring, and only superior soldiers such as her father could get the highest quality with the most pockets. Her mother, too, as an officer's wife, was wearing an army skirt and a beret with the red star on it. Yinlin was reminded once again of what a hero her father was to give them this elevated life. Following this, Uncle Xiaobo stood toward the front and directed each mourner to come up in groups. First to come up was Uncle Wei's family. It was just 3 of them, and Wu Zhen had come up again to join his mother Lu Ai and his wife Wei Guang. Together they stood in a line with Wu Zhen in the center, Lu Ai on the left, and Wei Guang on the right. Uncle Xiaobo handed each of them 2 joss sticks. The 2 ladies each advanced to the candle nearest them to light their joss sticks. Then Wu Zhen lit his. Together the 3 of them placed the joss sticks between their palms and repeated the process of bowing and then adding their incense to the clay pot in front. Family by family came up and repeated the procedure. Yinlin's mother burned 4 sticks, 2 for herself, and then 2 again for Kaijiao, which she did by holding the sticks between the infant's palms and performing the actions for her. When this part of the ceremony was complete, the sweet and pungent smell of incense from the many lit joss sticks hovered thickly in the air. It was now time for the farewell meal. Yinlin's mother got up. Handing Kaijiao to Qianlong, she proceeded toward the large cooking pot on the right. Auntie Zhengya and her 2 daughters followed. Both Yinlin's mother and Aunt Zhengya dished cold noodles into small bowls and motioned that the children begin distributing the noodles. Meihui took the first bowl up to the center table. Holding the little bowl between both hands, she bowed 3 times, then placed the bowl of soup in front of Nai Nai's urn among the other foods. The remaining children gathered the filled bowls and delivered the soup and spoon to each of the other funeral participants. The children were spilling, however, and Aunt Zhengya told them to slow down. Aunt Chunhua noticed and urged Lu Hong to join the other children to help with the serving, and Lu Hong waved to Yinlin as well. Everyone was served and quietly murmured to each other while eating their noodles. It wasn't long before everyone finished. The children gathered the bowls back up, tossing any leftover noodles into the burning drum. Yinlin hadn't eaten any breakfast till now and was disappointed. She was hungry, and the little bit of cold noodles did not satisfy. Xiaobo again assumed his place at the front and invited Qianlong to bring the dried corn stalks to the metal tub for burning. Qianlong then placed Nai Nai's bedding on top of the stalks, and then again Nai Nai's favorite clothes. Donghai also came up at this time, and Xiaobo and Donghai together dumped the fruit, cooked meats, and everything else except the candles, incense, and urn into the pile. Donghai was responsible for pouring the gasoline on top of the clothes, bed sheets, corn stalks, and all the food. Everything was soaked. Qianlong grabbed the box of matches, and in one motion both struck the match and tossed it into the pile. There was a loud woof, and a large flame suddenly arose. The men quickly jumped back and then watched as the pile of belongings were suddenly consumed in flame, emitting a dirty brown and black smoke that wafted heavily among the mourners, stinging the eyes of some and bringing a bitter taste to their tongues. One of the aunties came up and began to throw ghost money into the fire. Yinlin noticed a loud and agonizing cry coming from Lu Ai first, but not only her. The other aunties joined in also, including her mother, each of them slowly fingering the hell money and tossing it into the fire, each of them wailing aloud. Even Juyu seemed to stagger at times, her arms and hands shaking. Yinlin was stunned. What happened? At first they were in the beautiful sunlight with white cloth and incense. Then they were quietly eating with Nai Nai, and now all the loud tears and smelly smoke. After a few minutes the aunties waved to their daughters to come up. Yinlin too came, and her mother handed her some of the gold bars they had folded earlier and whispered sharply in her ear, Yinlin, you need to cry. Yinlin looked around. She couldn't cry. Not like this. Not in front of everyone. It felt weird. She tried a few times, opening her mouth to make a hoo, hoo sound, but it was no use. She stared across at her cousins, who almost instantly began howling and shouting with wide-mouthed grimaces, wiping their tears, imitating their mothers, and throwing the hell money and the gold bars into the fire. Yinlin got smoke in her eyes, and this caused her to have some tears. She wiped the tears, but there was no crying. She stood there watching the aunties and her cousins, wishing she could sit down. Then Lu-ai turned and bowed 3 times toward the urn, with her body shaking and her head bent down. She cried aloud to Wu Wen, saying, "We will miss you, Mother Wen. We will miss you. You were so good, Mother, to us. We will miss you." Aunt Lu-ai seemed to be almost screeching her final words. Yinlin again stared in puzzlement. As a young girl growing up, she heard how much Nai-Nai and Ye-Ye despised Lu-ai, even blaming the early death of their son on her. And now she's saying she will miss Nai-Nai, and showing so much emotion. "So good, Mother," Lu-ai continued. She stood there facing the urn, with loud racking sobs, and a look one could easily confuse with anger had it not been a funeral. After a minute or 2 of this, she calmed herself, and turned back to the barrel, and the procedure of fingering and meditatively tossing one after another bill of ghost money into the fire. Next came Auntie Chunhua. She turned toward the urn, but instead of a standing bow, she got down on all 4s and lowered her head to the ground, back up to kneeling, then down to the ground and back up 3 times. But Auntie Chunhua was quiet. She just knelt there, covering her mouth with one hand, and the other arm crossed over her chest. From time to time she swiped her eyes right and left, clearing the stream of tears that kept coming. The aunties began quieting down, at which point Juyu took her turn in front of the urn. She bowed 3 times, then began talking softly but loud enough for everyone to hear. "Do you remember, Mum, how everything changed when we moved to the country? Do you remember how much we suffered?" She paused, thinking, and then more quietly, "It was so long ago now. I hardly remember when Baba still owned his business. But we had each other, didn't we? And even though I had to work hard, we still had good cooking and a clean home, right? I was so happy to wash your feet, Mum. I will miss that." Juyu trailed off into silence again. Looking down, she thought a bit. Then looking up, "Do you remember when you first met Qianlong? Qian gave Baba 30 renminbi, and Baba didn't know what to do with it. I always remember his look. We told him he should go down to town like in the old times, and he took the boat. He took the boat on this river, went into the city. He could do whatever he wanted, things he was never able to do for so many years. Oh, how handsome he looked when he came back with his hair cut and shiny. Remember that? But he came back with almost all the money. He was gone all day doing what? Smoking a water pipe, he said. And he brought back some steamed pork buns for us." "Qian, that was such a lovely gift," she said. turning back to her husband, then again to Nai Nai. But I don't know why Baba didn't enjoy it more. Staring into the fire, Yinlin remembered a dream she had of Nai Nai the night before. She set aside the memory, however, so she could listen to her mum. The world stopped as daughter listened to daughter, saying a loving goodbye to her mother. Yinlin looked up. Yinlin would, in the coming years, learn to see that her mother had both a great capacity for tenderness, as well as overwhelming force and power to get what she wanted. But this moment, with the sun shining and the smoke sometimes enveloping her mother, and everyone listening to the story, this scene stuck with Yinlin all her life. The memory returned once when, as a teen, Yinlin watched a movie at the theater. In this movie, the Chinese Communist Party conquered the city and told the whores, "You go to work, don't sell yourself." The communists had decided that it was time to teach the prostitutes to be good citizens, which of course meant giving up their trade. But the whores just did not cooperate. They said, "Oh, so dirty, I don't want to do it." And there was a man who had been a guest in the local whorehouses, and he also had the same experience as Yinlin's grandfather. He had all of his wealth taken away. So that day, just like Yinlin's mother described at the funeral, he also had lots of money. He had 5 yuan. And when he came to his old place, he saw one of the whores he had known, and she was sitting on the street. "Oh, what are you doing?" he asked. She said, "I'm going to work. Look at my hands." She had already been working for several years, and the hardship showed not only on her hands but in the way she was dressed. She was almost unrecognizable, but the old man remembered. And he said, "It's okay. It's okay. Let me take you to have some buns." So then they sat in the small restaurant, and the man ordered 2 buns and gave one to her. He said, "You eat it." He was so careful with all the small dishes, pouring the vinegar very elegantly, serving her. Together the 2 of them ate. It was a moment of enjoyment, the sweet and subtle pleasure of life displayed on both their faces. Watching this, Yinlin recalled the day at the funeral and remembered what her mum said about Ye. She thought it should be the same. He so missed this kind of life. For him it was valuable to pay that money to treat his old friend. And the whore also was so touched to be lifted even temporarily from the misery of her daily life. And so, when he was taken away by the police because he was reported as going to the whorehouse, which was criminal, then she cried out for him, saying, "No, no, 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 he's a good guy." Yinlin never knew her grandfather. He died early. But Yinlin guessed that this is how he felt when he brought the buns home. Maybe he just wanted to sit, dip the bun in the vinegar, and just, the good life comes back. But the communist soldiers never understood this. They would say, "What a capitalist enjoyment, you selfish people, always taking pleasure in material goods." Of course, Yinlin was too young yet to have these reflections. She just absorbed her mother's words and saved them to ponder another day. Her mother continued talking about how good that day was, her and Mum and Baba, enjoying the pork buns and vinegar together. "It was a beautiful day, similar to today. And now, Mum, you will go on the river too. I wish you a safe journey and happiness." As Juyu spoke these final words, Xiaobo resumed poking the items in the fire, making sure that everything was completely consumed. Suddenly, Zhengye spoke up with a gasp. "I just remember a dream I had. I saw Mum, and she was packing for a trip. She came into my room and asked if I saw her blue slippers. I said I'd look for them." At that moment, Yinlin too recalled her dream. It was similar, but in her dream Yinlin was lying in bed and Nainai was looking through her drawers. "What are you looking for, Nainai?" she asked. "My blue silk slippers. Have you seen them?" Yinlin spoke up and said, "I dreamt Nainai was looking for her blue shoes too." Yinlin's mother slapped Yinlin's arm, saying, "Keep quiet, you. Not even crying. Now you're going to talk nonsense." But Zhengye looked at Yinlin and said, "Really? You also had a dream?" Yinlin nodded her head, but then glanced at her own mother, who frowned but said nothing. Luai called her son, "Wuzhen, hurry up. Go back to the house. Look for Nainai's blue slippers." Qianlong spoke up. "There's a basket just inside the door of her room. The slippers are in there, under some old jackets." Wuzhen hurried and was back before the fire died out. He passed the slippers to Zhengye, who motioned to Yinlin that she should come to the fire quickly. Aunt Zhengye bent down, and with a kind smile said to Yinlin, "Nainai asked for your help too. Let's throw them in together, okay?" She offered one of the soft shoes to Yinlin, who looked up at her mother for confirmation, but Juyu looked away. Yinlin turned and accepted the shoe. "Together with me, okay?" Zhengye said to Yinlin. "Ready?" Yinlin nodded. "Here you go, Mum. We brought you the slippers you were looking for." "Here you go, Nainai," Yinlin repeated, and threw the shoe in the fire. The slippers were actually well worn, and this was one reason why they were not included with the other items placed in the fire earlier. They burned easily. The piles of hell money that remained, the longevity papers, both gold and silver, were all handled and caressed by the ants, and then Uncle Xiaobo took the whole lot and dumped them in the fire. Soon enough the flames started dying down, and the aunties exhausted both their tears and their stories, taking their daughters back to sit down. Uncle Xiaobo motioned to Tingguan and Wuzhen that they come up to the fire, and handed each of them a stack of firecrackers. Wuzhen motioned to Tingguan that he toss the bundle of firecrackers into the flame. When they began their raucous popping and cracking noises, Tingguan jumped in fright, and then laughter. Eagerly he turned to get another bundle, and another. Meanwhile the girls and the aunties had gotten to a point where they had little emotion left. The sound of firecrackers was annoying, and they could hardly bear any more stimulation. All except Yinlin, who wanted to toss the firecrackers also, but Juyu grabbed her arm with a frown, preventing her from joining the play. The sound of firecrackers signaled it was time to take the ashes to the river. The somber mood shifted as people quietly chattered amongst themselves on the way down to the water's edge. This return to socialization and a sense of normalcy caused everyone's mood to lift. A boat was waiting there. It was not very large, but large enough to take the funeral coterie, which was composed of only family members. The rest of the community said their farewells and went back to their homes or work. Someone shouted out that the guests should return at 2:30 for the feast. People nodded and waved or bowed. The boat moved slowly, drifting a fair distance from shore, when Xiaobo unwrapped the urn, exposing a shiny black box. He drew a metal tool from his pocket and pried the box open. Twisting his body around and reaching low below the bow of the boat, he released the ash into the water. "Goodbye, Mum," he said. Most of the ash went straight into the water. There was some plooping and plopping, and a little cloud of smaller particles drifted into the air. It blended with Yinlin's memory of the paper ashes fluttering about in the breeze. Xiaobo tapped the box a little, shaking whatever dust didn't want to come out, then turned back into the boat. Looking relieved, he placed the white cloth into the box, set the cover back on top, and, looking around, said, "Let's go home." The relief on Uncle Xiaobo's face spread to everyone else. The remainder of the day would be much gayer and festive time. Already the aunties' minds were busy planning the dishes they would serve and the final preparations they had to make. The uncles and nephews sat outside smoking or just catching a quiet moment, and the nieces were recruited to help in the kitchen. Yinlin was surprised to see how the entryway, where the ancestors' spirit tablets were displayed, had been all cleaned up and reorganized. It didn't look as scary as it used to. And now the wall had a picture on it, not just tablets. At the very top was an image of Chairman Mao, and below him was a soul tablet with the name Old Ancestor painted there. Below this were 2 generations of previous ancestors, and now in the spot beside Zhu Zheng's tablet, Wu Wen's fresh-cut and painted tablet was also firmly placed. Cups of tea had been set out, and candles were burning. Yinlin and her family entered the home by pausing and bowing 3 times once again. But now Nai Nai had become part of the ancestors. The entryway that had been so scary to Juyu in her childhood and so dirty to Yinlin was now cleaned up and looked very dignified. The rest of the afternoon people passed by this display several times, no longer bowing but feasting. They alternated between laughter and arguments about old family grievances. Some of them sang songs, others told jokes. Children ran about, hiding from each other, stopping occasionally to grab something sweet or salty to eat. It was rare to have such an abundance of food, and everyone enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Actually, it is difficult to describe the mood of the meal, because the facts given here are not accurately portrayed. In fact, there was no laughter, and no joke-telling. There was no singing of songs. Such behavior was not appropriate. The children might have been running around and laughing, but the parents would have shushed them. However, despite external appearances, the internal feeling was quite light. There was a palpable sense of relief and happiness, as well as great pleasure in the food and being together. Regardless of social propriety, inwardly they were joking, laughing, and singing. Uncle Xiaobo was outside with Wu Jian. He had given the funerary urn to Wu Jian, who smashed it on a rock, tossing the wood and the white cloth into another flame outside. While this last remnant from the funeral turned to smoke and drifted into the late afternoon sky, every family member was subtly aware that the ancestors were watching over them. Heaven mixing with earth, happy eating mixed with tears, like a wedding. The questions of life and death resolved, at least on this day. After the cleanup, late though it was, everyone gathered their things and departed for home. As each one passed the ancestors one last time, they paused, bowing 3 times. Then, turning to go, they took a fen out of a bowl filled with water. Yinlin's father told her that she should save this coin. Its purpose was to wipe away tears, remove all guilt, and promise wealth in the future. Yinlin was already happy. She had enjoyed the time with her family, and she was still full from the feasting that afternoon. And each family took bundles of food for leftovers. However, the coin didn't seem to work very well because on the drive back to their home, Yinlin's mother had more tears to shed. As she watched through the window to the moon outside, she recalled her days sleeping by the roadside, her memory made fresh by the return visit to her old home. Her tears fell fast and hard. "You'll never know, Chen Chen, how much I suffered," she whispered. "You'll never know." Then back again to showy, self-absorbed tears. Yinlin pitied her mother, but was tired of all the emotion of the day. She wondered how her mother could spend a whole day mourning the loss of Nai Nai, and then have more tears for herself. She also wondered if her mother would ever know how much her father suffered during his teenage starvation. Yinlin already knew that her parents had suffered when they were young. Such stories darkened the night sky of many a moonlit night. Then, as if Juyu heard Yinlin's thoughts, she looked sideways at Yinlin and with a frown said, "Nai Nai loved you so much, but you didn't shed one tear. Ah, ungrateful." Yinlin, who hoped to escape the guilty feeling about her lack of tears at the funeral, was now once again buried in it. Actually, she felt really sad when she thought about Nai Nai, and the activities of the day helped to relieve her of the sadness. But her mother's tears and her accusations brought all the sadness back. Yet, for some reason she didn't understand, Yinlin couldn't cry. She wanted to cry, actually, but the tears her cousins shed were fake. She didn't believe them, especially when she saw how happy they looked after the funeral. That night, in the quiet of her own bedroom, Yinlin had a physical memory of Nai Nai in her bed, across the room, as real as a phantom limb. She whispered across the dark expanse, "Good night, Nai Nai." Yinlin lay her head down, and a tear trickled down her cheek. Then, as her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Yinlin stared at the darkened patch of room that had once been Nai Nai's place. She kept watch all night, washing her sadness away with tears. When the sun began to peek over the horizon, Yinlin finally fell asleep. As summer progressed, Bobby's mother took him on a road trip to Weldon, where pipes were being installed on Grandma's Street. Each day outside the house the sounds of men could be heard working, their trucks parked here and there on the farmer's side of the road. Bobby was told not to bother the men who were busy, and anyways it was dangerous to get too close to the trench. Bobby often stood on the front porch where he could get an elevated view of the workmen as they shoveled and hammered their way to another completed project. After the workers went home and the shadows grew long, Bobby came outside to investigate the edge of the trench. Swallows quietly skyped about, and cool air from the field across the way drifted over to bring a chill to Bobby's bare arms. Mosquitoes whined. While breathing the smells of earth and machinery, Bobby climbed on top of the prairie gumbo lumps piled along the side of the trench. Some lumps were large and hard, like boulders, others softer. Bobby picked up a lump of black dirt and held it. It felt smooth and shiny on one side, like some black glass, formed by the pressure of the digger's blade. The other side was rough. Bobby rolled it around in his hands, marveling at how smooth a piece of mud could be. He tossed it into the trench with both hands. When it hit the ground, it burst out, losing all form, blending in with the soil in the trench below. For Bobby, this was like dropping a bomb. He searched for another solid piece of mud that was easy enough for him to pick up, and "Psh!" he said, as the mud ball burst out. A few days before leaving Weldon, the workers refilled the trench, and Grandma and her neighbors had their road returned to them once again. "Oh, look, Bobby," his mother said. "That's the neighbor girl, Sally. Come here, Bobby, look." Bobby came to the kitchen window. He saw a little girl with bright blonde curly hair, and another somewhat rounded lady with short brown hair. Bobby guessed it was the girl's mother. "You see, Bobby, she's riding her bike." Bobby hadn't noticed the bike until his mother drew attention to it. "Why not take your bike out there and ride with Sally?" They brought Bobby's bike to Weldon, which he hadn't yet learned how to ride. Bobby was reluctant to do anything with his bike, but he was excited by the possibility of meeting the girl Sally. He quickly ran out the door and down the stairs. He grabbed his bike, which was leaning against the side of the house, and pushed it through the grassy front yard to the road outside, which had a fresh layer of gravel covering its surface. Bobby walked his bike close to Sally, and then put his leg over the crossbar. The seat was too high, so he just waddled the bike toward her. It wasn't easy because of the gravel and the height of the crossbar, plus his legs kept banging into the pedals. "Oh, look, Sally, it's Bobby." Somehow the lady outside knew Bobby's name, and it made him feel relaxed. "Do you know me, Bobby? I'm Mrs. Mann, your grandmother's neighbor." She pointed to the house next door and said, "We live right there. And this is my daughter Sally. Your grandmother said you were coming. Did you just get here?" Sally was so absorbed in riding her bike she didn't notice Bobby. Bobby shook his head. "No. We just got back from holidays. Sally's about your age, and I'm sure you two can have fun together. You just come over any time and knock on our back door if you'd like to play." Bobby felt happy to hear this because sometimes he got bored in Weldon. Normally he was just with adults, and his aunt would give him a bag of old face cream jars to play with as toys. It wasn't a lot of fun. But Sally didn't notice Bobby, so Bobby tried to gently bump Sally's bike with his bike. However, every time he bumped the rear wheel of her bike with his front wheel, it didn't make a big impression. She looked back at him with brief notice. Bobby followed Sally around wherever she pointed her bike. He tried to bump the bike to greater effect, but this time he only skimmed the rear wheel and lost control. His bike lurched forward until the bolt from the front tire hit Sally's leg, scratching it. Sally burst into tears, dropping her bike and running back to the house, pausing only long enough to cast an angry glare at the boy who hurt her. Her mother picked the bike up and, wheeling back to the house, called out to Sally that she's fine. They both disappeared into the back door while Bobby stood there, astraddle his own bike, wishing things hadn't gone this way and wondering what to do next. Somehow things sorted themselves out, and Bobby came to Sally's house a lot. "Can Sally come out?" he would ask at the back door. "Sure, Bobby. Just a minute. Sally! Bobby's here!" For the next several days, Bobby and Sally played a lot. Sometimes they would stomp down patches of grass by his grandma's old house. "This is the kitchen," Sally would say. "This is the bathroom," Bobby giggled as he flattened his section. Sally would be Mummy, and Bobby the daddy. They also stomped out a place that would be the car so they could get groceries. Other times they took their fun to the wheat field across the street. One morning Bobby brought out some wooden matches. He had observed how his grandmother would pick a match out of the metal holder designed like a chute mounted on the wall. She pulled a match from the opening at the bottom of the container and then lit the stove. In answer to Bobby's questions, Grandma explained that she could start the match by striking it on any wooden or metal surface. Bobby wanted to try it also, but his grandmother wouldn't let him. Undeterred, Bobby found an opportunity one morning to slide the kitchen chair under the matches and pulled a few handfuls out, stuffing his pockets full. He went straight to Sally's, inviting her to come with him. The two of them went into the outhouse where Bobby pulled the tangled matches out of his pocket. They were both nervous but extremely curious. "You do it," she said, holding Bobby's arm. Bobby scratched one match, and it broke without lighting. The stem was too small now, and Bobby just threw the sticks into the hole. The next try, Bobby held the match very near to the match head. He got the match to fizzle, and both Bobby and Sally jumped up and down as Bobby threw the fizzing stick into the outhouse pit. It went out with a pfft. Sally got braver and said, "Let me try." They took turns going through Bobby's cachet of matchsticks, several of which got caught in the folds of his pockets and broke as he tried to pull them out. They got better at lighting and became brave enough to hold the match until it lit, watching the flame burn down the stick until it got close to their fingers, and then tossing it away. Bobby's grandmother came out to work in the garden and noticed some noise in the outhouse. When she learned what was going on, the fun came to an immediate end. "These outhouses have gas inside, and if you light the matches in there, it could explode. It's very dangerous." While she was lecturing Bobby, Sally was called away by her mother for lunch. When Bobby called on Sally again, her mother said they were going out and Sally couldn't play any more today. And when Bobby returned to the house, he noticed that the metal match holder on the wall was empty. The next day, Bobby's holiday came to an end, and his mother packed everything up and headed back to Dawson Creek. Before leaving, Bobby went to Sally's to say goodbye. He knocked on the door, but there was no answer. He waited. Bobby knocked again, even harder, but still no answer. "No one's coming," Bobby said. "Oh, that's too bad," his mother said. "Maybe they're out somewhere." "I don't see anything happening inside the house," she said, as she looked through the front window. Bobby worried that maybe he got Sally into trouble after the outhouse incident. No, don't worry about that," his mother said. As they waved goodbye to Grandma, Bobby looked longingly at the dark living room window until he could see it no more. After Nai-Nai's funeral, Qianlong remained at home, and both he and Juyu continued wearing the white funeral cloth as a sign of how dedicated they were to Xiao, their parents. Eventually, however, Qianlong departed back to the military base, and Juyu to her office work. She took Kaijiao with her, depositing her at the daycare provided by the union, and checked in on her during the lunch break. If Kaijiao was awake, Juyu would take her and hold her for a while, showing her off to fellow colleagues. When Yinlin got home after school, she had responsibilities given to her by her mother. Dishes needed to be washed, the floor swept, all surface areas wiped. She had to make sure the house was perfectly clean before her mother came home and started dinner, at which time Yinlin had to watch over Kaijiao. The school year came to a close and Yinlin remained at home alone. Summer days were long and boring for Yinlin. One afternoon she heard some kids out on the road shouting and laughing, and she decided to investigate. Running through the courtyard to the field outside, she saw a group of boys about her age chasing and scaring the chickens. They weren't wearing any shirts and their skin was quite dark. Yinlin thought, "Oh yeah, that's much better." She removed her top also and tossed it against the outside wall of her house, following the boys as they walked down the road. There were some flowering bushes along the way where the boys stopped and started picking at something. Boys are interested in flowers, she wondered. As Yinlin grew more absorbed in what the boys were doing, she also drew closer to them until she stood just a short distance off. One of the boys, named Liang, noticed her and said to her, "Do you want to see what we're doing?" Yinlin nodded her head. "Come here, look," he said. "Show her the bee, Wyman," Liang said to his friend. Wyman turned and showed her a bee that he had pinched between his thumb and forefinger, the bee's legs waving in the air, its stinger poking in and out of its abdomen. "Okay, watch what he does," said Liang. Wyman then placed the thumb and forefinger from his other hand on the bee, so that 2 fingers were holding the abdomen and 2 fingers were holding the upper body, and, with a twist, he broke the top from the bottom part. Then, in a quick motion, he put the broken end of the upper part of the bee to his mouth and made a sucking noise. Delicious," he said. "What is it?" asked Yinlin. "Honey," replied Wyman. Then he sucked the open end of the abdomen and tossed it away. "It's very sweet." The third boy, named Jianjun, said, "Come with me. I'll show you how to catch them." Yinlin followed Jianjun and watched as he looked for a suitable bee. The bees wavered about, flying here and there, oblivious to the boy's intentions. As many bees as were in the air, others had landed and crawled among the flowers. When a bee stopped to poke its head inside a flower, that was the time the boy needed to pinch the side of the bee and grab it. "You see," Jianjun said, "it's easy." He broke the bee, sucked its 2 parts, and threw it away. Yinlin stood in the hot sun with her arms across her chest, pushing her lips and biting them slightly, her skin bright and pale among the dark-skinned boys, and asked them, "Doesn't it sting?" "You need to be careful, that's all. You just have to be brave. Try it," they urged. Yinlin shook her head and took a step back. Jianjun came to her and offered the abdomen. "Here, suck this. It's good because you don't get any legs in your mouth." Yinlin let Jianjun put the abdomen to her mouth. "Suck it." Yinlin only allowed her lips to come in proximity to the bee and then sucked. By some chance she managed to get a little honey on her lip, and was surprised to find that it tasted quite good. The boy finished the sucking and tossed the abdomen aside. "You get one. Try it," they said in a chorus. "Don't be a coward," as they each continued to pick bees, break them, and suck. Yinlin shook her head no, standing on the dark path, just watching them. "That's okay. You can't be brave if you're a girl. We'll share ours with you." The boys continued catching and sharing the honey with Yinlin, who got better at sucking the bees. Wyman, who was eager to impress Yinlin, eventually got stung and decided he didn't want to take any more chances. "Let's go get some fruit," he shouted to the others, and started heading down the road to some lychee trees he spotted down the way. He grabbed Yinlin's hand and called the others to follow. Liang and Jianjun ran past the 2 of them, and Liang started working his way up one of the trees. It wasn't too hard, but the branches were not terribly strong. The boy had to balance among several branches. Each boy found another tree nearby, climbing as high as possible and gently knocking or picking whatever bunches of lychee remained in the tree, and tossed them to the ground. Yinlin again watched. One of the boys said, "You can eat them." This time Yinlin didn't hesitate, picking up the fruit, breaking the skin, and sucking its sweet flavor. Not only was it sweet, but watery too, and very refreshing on a hot day. Some of the fruits were overripe or had not really developed, and others had insects or rot inside, but many of them were very nice. Tiring of this, the boys said they needed to get back. They said goodbye to Yinlin, who carried some of the fruits back to her house where her mother had already returned from work. Yinlin offered the fruits to her mother, but as soon as Juyu saw her, she gasped and said, "Where's your shirt?" Yinlin had completely forgotten about the shirt and promptly ran back out to get it. Returning into the house, she threw the shirt on her bed, but her mother said, "Get something on. You can't be like that, showing your body to everyone." Yinlin noted to her mother that the boys weren't wearing any shirts, and this annoyed her mother further. "You were with boys and you weren't wearing your shirt? So disgusting." Yinlin didn't understand. She didn't see any difference between herself and the other boys, and she didn't want to be hot and sweaty under her shirt. So she quietly indicated that she thought the boys were smart not to wear the shirts in the heat. "They are boys. You're not a boy. Girls have breasts. Boys have chests. You can't expose your breasts." As her mother continued to huff about how ugly and disgusting Yinlin had been, the word ugly triggered a memory. She was outside reading, and someone said the phrase, "Ugly as worms and poop." It stuck in Yinlin's mind, and she had thought about it a lot. Her first reaction was, "Oh yeah, worms and poop are very ugly." But as she kept thinking about it, she realized that actually for the worm, poop is good food. That means the worm loves this poop from the animal. This made her draw the conclusion that for worms, poop is good, but for humans it is ugly. Then she realized that what is bad from one view is good from another view. One god has a rule, another god has the opposite rule. For her mum, having a daughter run around without a shirt was like a worm in poop. But to Yinlin, she was the worm. She loved the poop and didn't want to listen to her mother. Besides, she had already done worse things than run around with her shirt off. There was another time when Yinlin was playing with a neighbor girl named Li Qiao and a boy named Mei Lin, who asked if they wanted to play. Mei Lin suggested that they go inside his house because his parents were at work and they could play doctor. He would of course be the doctor and they could be the patients. So they followed him in, and one by one the doctor checked Yinlin and the other girls' bodies. He said he would have to give each one a needle. Retrieving a stick from somewhere, he told the girls to lay on the table and remove their underwear. Yinlin said, "I don't want to do that." Mei Lin replied, "Okay, you can be my nurse." Li Qiao, who was a few years older than Yinlin, similar in age to Mei Lin, did as she was told and curled her body as instructed, so the boy was able to put the stick in her. Mei Lin was careful not to touch any other part of the body as he slowly inserted the stick. After the needle penetrated a satisfying distance, the boy then asked the nurse to give him the nearby cloth. Yinlin handed it to him while he removed the needle, swiftly covering the spot with the cloth, and said, "Hold it there for 10 seconds." Yinlin did as instructed while the girl just lay there with her eyes open, a sense of wonder on her face as she remained motionless. The boy acted very professionally. He placed the needle down and then said to the nurse Yinlin, "Okay, you can remove the cloth. And to Li Qiao, you can get dressed now." Many years later, this boy grew to be a PE teacher and turned out to be quite handsome. Yinlin met him at a wedding banquet and agreed to have dinner together. The dinner was a bit of a letdown as Mei Lin turned out not to be as interesting as he appeared, and that was the last time Yinlin ever saw him. Yinlin snapped out of her memory as Juyu wrapped up her lecture. "You need to learn to be a proper girl, otherwise how can I dare appear before the neighbors?" Over the coming days, Yinlin's mother devised more work for her to do while she was away at her job. After Yinlin's regular tasks were done, her mother now added the requirement that Yinlin polish the floor. This was hard work, and required first a very careful cleaning of every crack and crevice in the flooring, especially the corners where not a speck of dust was tolerated. Then came the waxing. This called for repeated application of a smelly substance, letting it harden, then rubbing the wooden surface until it had a thick, shiny layer. This procedure was so toilsome for Yinlin's childish strength that 1 square meter might take 2 hours. Then, after doing all the day's work and taking care of Kaijia when her mother got home and cleaning up after supper, Yinlin was required to go to bed each night at 7:30. In the summer, this meant going to bed while it was still light. Yinlin lay in bed by herself, listening to the other families in the evening air, jealous of her sister who remained outside while she lay inside the hot room alone and unable to sleep. She could hear the neighbors saying what an obedient daughter Yinlin was, and how good discipline Juyu was providing, and she could tell that her mother loved the compliments she received. As the minutes slowly crept past, Yinlin amused herself by making up stories like she used to do in Nai-Nai's bed. Now, however, Yinlin didn't have all the carvings to inspire her, so she had to bring her own images to mind. She created dramas, using whatever materials she could recall. Tonight she imagined herself playing outside without her shirt, running and laughing and eating fruits, but also frightened as her Baba chased her until he caught her by the arm. He held her wrist firmly until it got red, telling her that she's a girl and she shouldn't expose herself to the world like that, shaming herself and her family. Yinlin, with fruit juice spilled all down her neck and chest, slipped from Qianlong's grip and fell to the ground. She curled her body and looked in horror up at her Baba, and just when he was about to spank her, Juyu came between them. In tears, her mum defended Yinlin, telling Qianlong what a hard-working and loving daughter they had. Qianlong relented, and Juyu turned to Yinlin, gently urging her to be a proper girl. She told Yinlin that since her eyes were so small and ugly, it was especially important that she act properly, or no one would love her. Then, after wiping her body down with a warm, soft sponge, Juyu covered her daughter with a fresh shirt, and surrounded Yinlin with warm, protective hugs. As darkness settled into the room, and another day's drama ended, Yinlin faded to sleep. On the way back to Dawson Creek, Bobby's mother diverted southward to Calgary, where they stayed at a motel. They had breakfast early and headed over to visit with Ben's sister Laurie and her husband Chris Nichols. When they arrived, the August sun was bright, and the day promised to be another hot one. Laurie introduced Bobby to his cousins, 2 boys, Zeph and Barty, and a girl his age, Naomi. The children were likable and easy to get along with. "Do you want to play tag?" Barty asked. Bobby nodded, and the 4 kids were soon running around, squealing and chattering. One game led to another, and the morning passed. It was near 11, and Laurie shouted out the kitchen window, asking if the kids wanted to have popsicles, which of course they did. They clambered up the steps, acquired their refreshments, and within moments were back outside on the deck, playing a game of kerplunk while noisily sucking on the grape-flavored refreshments. Bobby eventually tired of the excitement, preferring quieter play. Naomi introduced him to spirograph. Bobby struggled a bit until Naomi showed him how to pin the plastic circles securely to the board. The boys set off to do other things, and Naomi took charge of Bobby's entertainment until lunch. After hot dogs and chips, they all went downstairs to avoid the afternoon heat until, again getting bored, Naomi and Bobby went upstairs and out the front door to sit on the porch, where it was shaded. Naomi was wearing a white dress with a floral pattern, and Bobby was wearing blue shorts. As they sat, their legs touched, Naomi's skin felt cool and soft to Bobby, and he could see the little hairs on her legs, translucent and feathery in the afternoon light. He enjoyed sitting with her. "Do you want to play in the car?" Naomi asked, as she got up, moving toward the blue Chevelle parked in the driveway. Bobby continued to watch Naomi. She had short brown hair which allowed him to see the back of her neck. "Come on," she said, as she opened the front passenger door. At that moment, Zeph and Barty rounded the corner from behind the house, shouting, "I'm driving!" They opened the car doors with some effort and climbed in. Naomi shouted, "We were here first!" But they didn't pay attention. Zeph pushed into the car with Naomi, and she crawled over the seat into the back. Bobby stood on the grass looking at his cousins in the car, and Naomi rolled the window down. "It's okay. We play in here all the time," she said. He was nervous because of what happened earlier in the summer on his grandparents' farm, and she could see his hesitation. "Come on," she said. "Climb through the window." Bobby finally lost his caution and tried to climb up the window. He couldn't manage, however, and Barty got out and helped lift Bobby until he tumbled through the window over Naomi's lap. She giggled. Barty climbed back in, and Zeph sat in the driver's seat with one hand on either side of the steering wheel, stretching his head up to look over the dashboard. He made driving sounds while Barty reached across the seat and tagged his sister, saying, "You're it!" Bobby backed himself into the corner of the car and just watched as the others laughed and tagged and climbed over and back the front seat until Barty and Zeph were called in by their mother for something. The car became quiet as Bobby, sitting behind the driver's seat, sat, looking at Naomi beside him. "Let's pretend we're Mummy and Daddy," Naomi offered. "You can drive, and I will sit beside you." "Okay," said Bobby. Naomi crawled over the front seat while Bobby opened the rear door, and with effort managed to climb out. The door shut by itself as the car was on a slope. The driver's door was also heavy, but it was easier to open since Bobby was standing. He pushed with both hands, then slipped into the driver's seat while the door closed in after him. Once in the seat, Bobby put his hands on either side of the steering wheel. This was a nice car, much nicer than the old jalopy at his grandpa and grandma's. He steered the wheel back and forth and pretended he was turning a corner by moving his hands loosely along the wheel. He played with the light switches, both the turning signal and also the headlights. This time the signal light actually worked and flashed. "Let's go shopping," Naomi said. "Okay. Wait, I forgot my purse." Naomi opened the door and with practiced strength was able to get herself out. She ran into the house. As she was gone, Bobby looked in the rearview mirror. He couldn't see anything, so he turned and looked out the rear window, pretending he was driving in reverse. He could see his mother's Corvair parked behind him. "Okay, let's go," Naomi said as she returned to her place in the front seat. Bobby nodded. There was a console on the floor, and he pretended to move the shifter. Naomi reached and said, "It won't move unless you pull on this." As she did so, Bobby accidentally shifted the car to neutral. All at once, the car started rolling. Naomi shouted, "Put your foot on the brake!" Bobby pulled on the steering wheel and pushed on the brake with both feet. The car rolled back toward his mother's car, but managed to stop before touching it. "Ah!" Bobby said. He was frightened. Bobby was holding the car with the brake, but it was not stable. He could feel the car slipping and his own strength weakening. The boys had come outside and saw what was happening. Barty opened the front passenger door and jumped over his sister to slide the gear shift back in place. Then, slipping underneath Bobby and holding the steering wheel himself, Barty pushed on the emergency brake. "Okay, you can let go now," he said to Bobby. Bobby relaxed his pressure as Barty pushed open the driver's door and slipped out. Bobby felt both frightened, then relieved, as the car lurched back once more, but then stopped as the gear and parking brake took hold. Bobby followed Barty out of the car and with the rest of the kids took a look at what happened. "Look! You almost hit your Mom's car!" Zeph shouted. There had once been a big space between his Mom's car and Zeph's parents'. Now there was barely enough separation to fit your fingers between them. Meanwhile, the two mothers had come to sit on the front step. "Look what Bobby did!" Zeph shouted, pointing to the small gap that now existed between the cars. "Did you move the car?" Zeph's mom replied. "I didn't. It was Bobby," said Zeph. "Barty stopped it." Not wanting to make Bobby feel uncomfortable, Zeph's mom just said, "Okay, you kids just stay away from the car now. Naomi, why don't you go get your bike and let Bobby ride it? You can take it on the road. Just watch out for cars." "Okay," Naomi said, and disappeared around the side of the house, soon reappearing with a two-wheel bicycle that had pedals on the front wheel. "Come on," she said to Bobby, as she took the bike to the road. "I don't know how," Bobby said. He still hadn't mastered bike riding yet. "It's easy," Naomi said. "I'll show you." The bike was different from Bobby's. It was smaller, and instead of having the pedals on the gear in the middle section below the seat, it had pedals on the front wheel like Bobby's tricycle at home. Naomi got on, and without even pedaling, she pushed herself with her feet, walking the bike forward, or sometimes just planting both feet on the ground and pushing again and again. The bicycle coasted, and she circled around. While still in motion, she put her feet on the pedals and then continued pedaling forward. After coming to a stop, she then went in reverse. "Look, you can pedal backwards too," she said. She stopped the bike, got off, and said, "You try." Bobby held it by one handlebar and she held it on the other side. "Just climb on," said Naomi. "Let me hold it for you." Naomi got in front, and straddling the front wheel, she held the handlebars and encouraged Bobby to get on. It was not difficult at all, and Bobby was able to touch his feet to the ground while sitting on the seat. He watched Naomi. He enjoyed her friendliness and was eager to impress her. "I'll push you," Naomi said. She got around behind Bobby, and as she did so, she told him to put his feet on the pedals. Bobby started pedaling and with a wobble was able to move forward. However, not yet believing his own ability, Bobby put his feet back on the ground, sliding to a stop. After a few tries, Bobby was ready to start himself, and before too long he was riding back and forth on his own. Bobby was surprised at how fun it was to ride the bike. Round and round he went, so immersed in the experience that he didn't realize the other children and adults had gone into the house. As the sun was lowering in the sky, Bobby's mother came out with the camera and took a photo. Then they both went in for dinner. As the boys were cleaning the dishes, Naomi's mother began running the bath. Bobby and all the children had gotten quite sweaty and dirty through the day, and Bobby's mother called him to the bathroom where she removed his shirt. "Bubbles," Bobby said, as he enthusiastically sat at the rear end of the tub, luxuriating in the freshness of the water and gentle bubbly surround. Just as he sat, Naomi's mother appeared through the door and lifted Naomi into the front end of the tub, where she stood facing Bobby. For Bobby, all time and motion slowed to a standstill. The day had been full of surprises, but now something astonishing. Bobby gazed at Naomi standing in front of him naked, right where he sat. He had already developed some affection for her as they played through the day, but now he felt irresistibly drawn, delighted that she was his cousin, and they were sharing this moment together. As she moved to sit in the water, he was curious to see more, but the bubbles and water made it difficult. Naomi's mother left as Bobby's mother scrubbed him down. Once finished, she said, "You two play for a while." There was a big toy boat on the side of the tub which Bobby played with, while Naomi preferred a yellow rubber duck. They moved their toys into each other's space and splashed around. "Do you want to trade sides?" Bobby asked. "Sure," she said, as she got up and stepped over Bobby, who then slid across to the opposite side and turned around to face Naomi, the faucet now at his back. They continued to play until Naomi's mother came, washed Naomi, and pulled her from the tub. Bobby got one more glimpse of Naomi's bubbly backside before she was wrapped in a towel and carried off to her room. For a moment the bathroom was empty. Bobby felt the bath water had cooled and the bubbles dispersed. Bobby tried to gather what bubbles were remaining and saw how wrinkled his fingers looked against the gray water. "Mom, I'm ready!" he shouted. The ceiling of the bathroom and the walls seemed to appear larger than before. His voice echoed off the ceiling as he shouted several times, trying to get his mother's attention. "Mom!" Bobby's mother came in and toweled Bobby off, getting him into his pajamas and then off to bed, where he soon fell into a deep sleep. "Make sure to visit us again soon," Laurie said to Hannah the next morning on the front step. All the cousins gathered to say goodbye as Bobby and his mother got into the Corvair. Bobby rolled the window down and got up on his knees, looking back to the steps of the house. His attention was directed to Naomi as he waved goodbye. She smiled and waved enthusiastically back to him. "Goodbye, Bobby. I had lots of fun," Naomi said. "Me too," he said, as he settled in the front seat. "Goodbye," the boys shouted, and then disappeared back into the house. "It was nice to see you, Bobby. Have a safe trip, Hannah," said Laurie. "Say hi to Ben and the family." "I will," replied Hannah. As Hannah put the Corvair into reverse and backed out onto the road, Naomi shouted, "I hope you come back." Laurie sat down on the step and gave her daughter a hug. "Oh yeah," Bobby thought, "we can come again sometime." That made him happier. As circumstances would have it, however, he would not return again until he was an adult, and Naomi had started a family of her own. When Bobby and his mother returned from summer holidays, things settled into a comfortable routine. Bobby's father was home more, and together they often got in the car at the end of the day to go to A&W, where patrons parked beside a menu board, rolled down the window, then hung a speaker at the top of the window, just like at the drive-in movies. Once the red button was pressed, a voice came on the speaker and Bobby's father placed the order. Bobby had a baby burger and root beer, while his parents ate teen burgers, sharing their onion rings with Bobby. His dad set the drinks on the opened glove compartment door that functioned as a serving tray. It was a tight squeeze eating in the car, but cozy and delicious. Fortunately, the time came for Tianlong's holiday. The family spent 10 days at a large house in the mountains provided for army officers. This was the best time for Yinlin. Everyone was happy and talkative. Juyu told Tianlong how much everyone at work adored Kaijiao and admired her big eyes. "Just like me," Juyu said. "She has big eyes, just like me." Yinlin's mother often used big eyes as a criticism of Yinlin, along with her big lips, asking her why she couldn't look more like her mother. Big eyes were beautiful and small eyes were ugly. When they watched movies together, the hero of the movie, so handsome, always had big eyes. The revolutionary heroes of communist China, who were always just and fair and righteous, they always had big eyes. But the landlord or bad people from the Guoming party or spies, they always had small eyes. Even to this day, if a Western movie gives a small-eyed Chinese actor a leading role in a movie, it offends many Chinese. The social media will be set upon with comments claiming that Westerners offend Chinese values, and that Westerners repeatedly attempt to make the beautiful ugly and the ugly beautiful. and Yinlin agreed to this basic consensus. Her sister Kaijiao was beautiful, and yes, she had big eyes. So Yinlin even wondered sometimes if she was adopted, and her mother was just kind to take care of her. Fortunately, Yinlin's father also had small eyes, so perhaps Yinlin was really a daughter. During the week, Qianlong spread his loving care all around. He delighted in Kaijiao, but he also spent plenty of time with Yinlin. There was a small bike at the house where they stayed, and her father taught Yinlin how to pedal the bike and keep balance. Also, there was a lake nearby where Yinlin and her father would go to cool off in the afternoons, and her father taught Yinlin how to hold her breath and put her head under the water. Yinlin found pleasure in the sparkling light and her father's gentle laughter and patience with her as she slowly advanced to elementary swimming skills, alternating between dog paddling and floating on her back. One late morning, Yinlin's mother and father wanted to go for a walk in the woods and told Yinlin to keep watch over Kaijiao, who had just been set down for a nap. They were gone for a few hours, and by the time they returned, Yinlin was carrying Kaijiao and keeping her company. Juyu and Qianlong had been collecting mushrooms. They had 2 baskets full. "Look what we got, Yinlin," Baba said excitedly. Yinlin looked in the baskets, and they were all different kinds of mushrooms. Some just looked like gray bark, all wrinkly, and other mushrooms were more leafy, while others had a reddish-purplish tinge and yellow underneath their firm caps. Juyu tended to Kaijiao, and Baba said, "Come, help me clean the mushrooms." "Are we going to eat them?" Yinlin frowned, dropping one of the mushrooms back into the pile. She didn't like the feeling of mushrooms. They were too light, and the texture was leathery, flesh-like. Yes, they're so delicious. You're going to like them." "Okay," Yinlin said, doubtfully. She followed her father to the place outside where the pump was, and together they went through the baskets, washing all the mushrooms. Then, side by side, they went through the mushrooms, sorting between the ones that could be left whole and the ones that should be sliced. Juyu came out with Kaijiao and passed her to Yinlin. "You take her now. I'll cook." Yinlin took Kaijiao and sat with her, making faces and playing with the tin panda, while the smell of cooking mushrooms filled the air. The smell made Yinlin feel like vomiting, and when it came time to eat, Yinlin refused. Instead, she took Kaijiao outside for a walk around the house, while her mother and father kept repeating, "So good," while smacking their lips and slurping their tea. When her parents finished eating, Yinlin helped herself to some rice with a little pork powder sprinkled on top. That would be good enough for her. It was getting near the heat of day, and to cool off, everyone took a bath in a large wooden tub filled with fresh pumped water. Yinlin got in the tub with Kaijiao, and while her mother washed Kaijiao, Yinlin helped with holding. After Kaijiao was removed, dried, and dressed, Yinlin did her own washing, then got out and dressed in a light cloth. She was going to lay outside in the shade with Kaijiao to help her settle, while her parents got into the tub, which was big enough for both of them. Yinlin noted how playful her parents sounded. Kaijiao was put outside on a mattress, set in the shade, and Yinlin climbed up beside her. It was a comfortable place to sleep, and the cooling, shady breezes blowing through her blousy white dress contrasted the woozy warmth of the afternoon heat. Along with the bath, the combined effect was to feel purified, brilliant, yet leisurely and perfectly at ease. She lay there listening to the sucking and gurgling noises her sister made. Yinlin couldn't be sure how much time had passed, but the splashing and giggling noises coming from the tub soon settled, and the house became quiet. As Yinlin lay there, she looked around at the hillside. The peak was visible from where she lay. Following the hill upward with her gaze, she noted there were less trees. The grass had turned brown along the gray rock of the mountain, and set against the shiny blue heat of the sky, it looked almost like the soft fur of an animal. Yinlin noticed 3 white clouds that hadn't been there previously. They looked round, not like usual clouds, very bright white, almost silver and shiny. Within moments, right in front of where Yinlin and Kaijiao were, 3 ladies appeared. They were dressed in very traditional Tang Dynasty dress. The cloth was rich and colorful, and the collar opened very low down the chest. They were young and beautiful. It appeared that one of the ladies was the mistress, and the other 2 were servants, whose only job was to accompany and befriend the mistress. It was common in wealthy homes of the day to have such friends for their children. They could help the lady play or study or comb her hair. It was much better than having a teddy bear or a dolly, because these playmates were living human beings, friends, but servants. Yinlin was enamored with these 3 females, so struck by their beauty, and she noticed that all 3 of them had very small, we might say in the West, slanted eyes. One of the servants turned and spoke to the mistress, saying, Shaijiao, let's go." Then as quickly as they appeared, they were gone. Yinlin saw the 3 clouds once more, and then they too disappeared. Yinlin looked at the sky with longing. She wanted to see the ladies again, and wondered why they had come. They were like fairies coming to bless her beautiful sister, but they should have come when her sister was awake. Such a pity, Yinlin thought. Only I got the chance to see them. Whether Yinlin fell asleep or just fell into an afternoon reverie, she wasn't sure, but she snapped out of it when she heard her mum say loudly, "I told you I don't want to leave Shanghai." Yinlin thought her father must have been using the happy feeling of the day to attempt once more to persuade her mother to bring the family to the army. Then Yinlin heard vomiting. Her mother was on the toilet, which was made of wood, just like the bathtub, making loud, gassy noises and vomiting into a pail. Soon after her mother stopped vomiting, her father was on the toilet also. It turned out not to be the best time to bring up the matter of moving to the army base. "It must have been the mushrooms," her father said to Yinlin later. The illness passed, and despite Yinlin's eager and careful descriptions of what happened with the fairies she saw that afternoon, they just laughed and didn't believe her. But Yinlin was sure. They told her she had too much imagination and read too many books, and this was causing her to see things. Yinlin agreed. She had a great imagination. It was how she entertained herself at bedtime. But because she had such a great imagination, what happened that afternoon was too simple. She would have made it more complex. The clouds would have been more dramatic, not just this simple, round, shiny shape, and the ladies would have had more dialogue, not just, "Let's go." All her life, Yinlin looked back on that afternoon as a significant event, and all her life she tried to find supporters for her story. Over time she began to wonder if the fairies came to bless her sister, or came to bless her. Eventually she began to believe that actually they had come to bless her. After all, she was the only one who got to see them. And they had small eyes like her. The fairies came to let her know how special she is. But if that was the case, it was to be a secret that only she knew. No one else would accept the story. Even during the years that she dated different men, she would share her story, but the reaction was always the same. They would laugh and tell her that she must have been dreaming, or that she had an overactive imagination. Earlier that spring, Bobby's mother pointed to a group of children going to school one morning and said to Bobby, "You know, you'll be going to school soon just like those children." Bobby hid his alarm at this statement. "Why do I have to go to school?" "Oh, everyone goes to school," she replied. "They will teach you lots of things, and there will be other children there to play with." "What do you do at school?" Bobby asked. "It's a place with a teacher. She will tell you about the world and have activities for you and help you learn things." "Learn what?" Bobby asked. "Oh, I don't know. You'll definitely learn the alphabet." Bobby jumped. "I already know the alphabet," he almost shouted triumphantly. "Yes, that's right, but they will also show you how to tie your shoes, use the phone, and how to brush your teeth." "I can brush my teeth," Bobby proclaimed. "I can do everything." "Yes, you can, but you will learn other things you've never done before." Bobby thought about it. "What if I don't want to do what the teacher tells me?" Bobby asked. "Oh, you have to listen to the teacher. It's her job." "But she's not my mommy," Bobby replied. Bobby didn't think that school was necessary, but this thing about the teacher being the boss of him rankled a lot. Again and again over the coming weeks and months, Bobby asked his mother why he had to go to school, or why he had to do what the teacher told him. Gradually his mother grew impatient, and her answers went from, "Don't worry, you'll have fun at school," to, "Bobby, I don't want to talk about it anymore. You have to go to school. Everyone goes to school." Fall arrived, and the time finally came when Bobby entered kindergarten. He was a shy and quiet boy, and upon first entering the room, Bobby saw the sink area and all the paints. "Do you like painting?" the teacher asked. "We do a lot of painting in this class." It didn't take much coaxing, and soon enough Bobby joined the rest of the class and came home with stories of finger painting and singing songs. One of his favorite activities was making a handprint in red clay with his name on it. He looked at that handprint and said to himself, "That's my hand." He knew his hand was different from everyone else's, and he admired it. Something changed late in October, or perhaps early November. Bobby could feel it. His father was not around again, and when he was at home, he didn't seem happy. One time he got up late for work. It was unusually cold in the landing, and his shoes were frozen solid. Ben put his shoes on the stove to warm them up and then went back to the bedroom. His voice could be heard talking with Bobby's mother as he searched for his socks and a tie. "Uh-oh, Daddy," Bobby said, as a rancid smoke rose from the shoes. The stove melted the soles, twisting them irreparably. Bobby ran to the bedroom and said it again. "Uh-oh, Daddy, something's wrong with your shoes." Ben raced out of the bedroom, shouting obscenities, and threw the misshapen shoes on the floor, saying to Bobby, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Ben stomped around looking for another pair of shoes. He quickly kicked on a pair of slip-on boots with a zipper up the side, and disappeared out the back door. Bobby could hear his father cursing as he slipped and fell in the snow. The anger and chaos hovered in the air, along with the sulphurous smell of the burned shoes. It made Bobby nauseous. Ben's shoes were placed in the entryway between the two doors. Bobby went down to look at them. They were too twisted and could not be set back flat on the floor anymore. The bottoms had deep scars and were marked with the rings of the burners. Bobby didn't see his father again, and wondered when he would come home. One night, Bobby was awakened by his mother. "Bobby, get up," his mother said. "We're going in the car. You just put your jacket over your pajamas and get your boots on." It must have been late, because Bobby had been sleeping several hours already. He wondered what was going on, but his mother told him to move quickly and not to wake Maxwell. Soon they were in the Corvair, which had been running for some time. It was nice and warm, and all the frost on the windows had completely cleared. They pulled out of the driveway and started down the road, which, though well lit, seemed lonely. The windows of each house they passed by were dark, though some homes had their outside light on. No other car was seen. Bobby sat up, watching out the front window while holding the ridge of the dashboard which hung out above the glove compartment. They passed from streetlight to streetlight to shadow along the empty road. Coming to the edge of the city, the car became dark. The only light was the green dashboard glow, and the white light pushing out from the high beams of the car. They turned into a forested area with a long driveway. Bobby recognized this as the Henrys' place. As they approached the house, Archie came out, barking. The lights of the house were on, and smoke rose from the chimney. Bobby and his mother came inside, where both Mr. and Mrs. Henry were in their night clothes. They stood in the entrance to the house and prayed together. Mr. Henry counted out 6 20s and placed them in Hannah's hands. "That should be enough to get you home and have extra," Mr. Henry said to Hannah. "Thank you," Hannah replied, as she folded the money into her purse. "Please be careful and drive safely," Mrs. Henry said. "I will." Hannah exchanged hugs with the Henrys. Mr. Henry tousled Bobby's hair and, reaching out to shake his hand, said, "You need to be the man now. You help your mother with driving and watch the road." They got in the car and proceeded out to the highway. A mix of rain and snow was falling, reflecting as a mass of sparkles, filling the air ahead and swirling to the ground. The road glistened with little ridges of snowy slush along the edges and center. Driving forward, there was a constant shushing sound coming from the wheels. Maxwell was wrapped up in the back seat, sleeping soundly. He hadn't moved since they left the house. Darkness surrounded Bobby on all sides except straight ahead, where the rainy snow fell with thickness and repetition. It was hypnotic, and this, along with the quiet hum of the engine and the pulsing heat from under the dash of the car, made sleep irresistible to Bobby. His eyes closed and his head nodded. "Bobby, you don't have to watch the road for Mummy. It's okay. You lay down and sleep now." Bobby lay back into the seat, propping his pillow against the door, and was soon no longer conscious of anything but floating through a vast dark space in the warmth and safety of the car. Bobby awoke with a start. His back was on the wet floor, and his feet pointed up toward the seat. Max was in the front seat. As soon as Bobby opened his eyes, his mother spoke with him. "Bobby, we've had an accident. Climb into the back seat and get one of Max's bottles out of the bag. I need to go out and look at the car." There was a semi-truck parked just ahead of them, and before his mother could open the door, a man approached. He looked average height and wore a reflector vest over a dark plaid shirt and jeans. Bobby's mother rolled down the window, letting the cool air in. "Hey, are you all right?" the man asked as he looked in the window. "I don't know," Bobby's mother said. "I don't even know what happened." "Oh, I saw it," the man replied. "I was right behind you. Your car drifted across the road into that barrier over there, then back against the rocks here, and then back against that barrier over here. Let me walk around and have a look at your car." The man walked around the car. He had a flashlight and it flickered about, sometimes making a crescent shape on the window and other times lighting up the interior of the car or the road. Max, who had been crying, was now holding his milk bottle and drinking peacefully. Despite having been thrown from the back seat, he didn't suffer any damage. "Well, you look pretty dented up," the man reported. "How about you? Are you okay?" he asked, looking into the vehicle. "You traveling alone?" He flashed the light into the car, then followed up with, "Geez, you're traveling with kids and you're all by yourself?" He spoke with disbelief. "You might want to pull into a hotel. I've radioed ahead and the drivers say the roads are real icy. Lots of accidents happening." Bobby's mother appreciated the driver's help, but she assured him that she was fine and really wanted to get going again. "It's okay. I'll drive carefully. You think the tires are all right? I mean, nothing happened to them in the accident?" You can come out and look yourself," the man said. Bobby heard his mother and the man talking as they walked around the vehicle. She came back and opened the door, standing there, letting the cold air inside the car. "Got a warm cab here, and your children can sleep in the camper at least until the highwaymen salt the roads," Bobby overheard the man say. "I don't mind sitting here a while if you'd like that. In fact, I think I'm going to stay put for a bit. My load isn't due till late tomorrow anyway." Bobby didn't like the idea of staying in the man's truck, but he didn't like the idea of going back out on the road either. His mother got back in the car. "Thank you, but I think I should continue. I'm expected to arrive soon, and I don't want to keep anyone waiting," she said, as she closed the door. She rolled down the window and said, "Thank you for your help." "Take it easy around the curves," the man said as he patted the roof of the car as a farewell. She put the car in gear and slowly pulled back onto the highway, crossing the road and turning around into the opposite lane. The truck driver watched for traffic and guided her as she turned, then pulled away and began to speed up. Bobby looked back through the rear window and watched as the truck driver climbed back into the cab. Bobby was more alert than before and returned once again to watching the road, his muscles tense. As they drove on for a while, Bobby's mother said to him, "You should lay down again, Bobby. Don't worry. Mommy will drive carefully. You get your sleep." Bobby was grateful for the assurance and lay his head down again, soon drifting off into the darkness of sleep. The sleep lasted a long time, yet he would once again be awakened about an hour before light. "Bobby, wake up," his mother said. As Bobby got his bearings, he could see that conditions had changed a lot. Snow was falling heavily, and the roads were barely visible. "Bobby, I need you to help me," his mother said. "Can you see the side of the road?" she asked. Bobby sat up and looked, but it was not easy to see. He looked harder. "Can you see the edge of the road, Bobby? Try to look for Mummy." Bobby felt he could faintly see the edges of the road. "Yeah," he said. "You can see it?" his mother asked. "Yeah, I think so," replied Bobby. "Okay, I need you to tell Mummy if she gets too close to the edge or too far from the edge, okay? Can you do that for Mummy?" "Okay," Bobby said. He had a job to do. This job was similar to locking the door or climbing through the basement window, but more serious. Bobby felt a tightness in his tummy and his eyes ached as he watched the road diligently. The car continued forward into the blackness with snowflakes falling all around in a thick blanket, like feathers falling from a pillow. It was hard to see anything at all, as if they were traveling at light speed through endless space. It was unreal and had a psychedelic or hypnotic effect. Hundreds and thousands of big blots of white snow fell out of the darkness, hitting the window as if they were hordes of attacking fairies, then bouncing off the car and disappearing back into eternal darkness. "I can't see," Bobby said. His mother turned and looked at him, her face reflected in the soft green glow of the dashboard lights. "Don't look out the front window, just look out the side. Can you see better that way?" "Oh, yeah," Bobby said. The side window was frosted around the edges, but Bobby could see piles of snow along the road. With only the corona from the light beam shining sideways against the road, and with all the drifting white and shifting shadows, it was hard to distinguish between what was real and not real, but it was way better than looking ahead. Occasionally a few tufts of grass would crop up, and Bobby suddenly became aware of the road's edge, reality defined once again. "Are we too close to the edge?" his mother asked Bobby. Seeing the tufts of grass, he replied, "No, I can see the edge. It's not that close." Other times Bobby simply couldn't tell if they were on the road or in the ditch. The edge was so blurred with snow. "Uh-oh, Mummy, I can't see the edge," he said. "It's okay," his mother replied. "I see the center line." Other times his mother would not reply at all. She just kept driving, but slowed down a bit, holding both sides of the steering wheel tightly. Ahead of them, some lights appeared as a vehicle approached. Bobby saw the tufts of grass were far away. "We're too far," Bobby said. The lights rapidly closed in, appearing directly ahead, suddenly filling the car with light. Then, just as suddenly, dark, as the lights veered to the left and a half-ton truck slipped into the ditch, tires spinning, slithering from side to side, the engine throbbing rhythmically until the truck came bouncing back onto the road. It wheeled around again, and revving hard, it soon caught up with Bobby and his mother. The driver honked his horn repeatedly while flashing his lights. "Why's that truck honking?" Bobby asked his mother. "They want us to stop," his mother replied. But she didn't know where to stop, or if she should stop in such thick snow. She slowed right down to a crawl and spotted a side road turnoff where she could see the gravel surface, allowing her a place to stop without fear of getting stuck. A man got out of the truck, waving his arms around erratically. As his mother rolled down the window, the man came right up to the window and shouted at her, "What the hell you doing, lady? You know you almost got us killed?" "I'm sorry. The car just went haywire. I don't know what happened," she replied to him. "Haywire? Shit! You nearly killed me and you want to blame it on the car? Lady, you swerved right into my lane. We nearly had a head-on, and then when I ditched, the truck nearly rolled. I should call the police." Bobby had been watching the man, wide-eyed, since he began his tirade. Bobby held his hands together in front of him in a posture of obedience. But as soon as the man mentioned the police, Bobby's mouth contorted. He wanted to cry, but was afraid of making the man more angry, so he held it there, suspended, only his gaping mouth betraying his true feelings. The man, preoccupied with his recent view of the face of death, took a moment before looking up and seeing Bobby. Speaking more softly, he pointed his 2 fingers with half a lit cigarette between them at Bobby's mother. "You should not be on the road, lady. You're dangerous." "Really, I think something's wrong with the car. We had an accident earlier tonight, and I think maybe it affected something." "So I'll call a tow truck," the man replied. "You shouldn't be on the road with a mechanically unsound vehicle." Bobby's mother replied, "It's okay. I'm nearly home. As soon as I get there, I'll have the car looked at, I promise." "Damn, woman. I really don't know why I don't call the police. You've already had one accident and nearly got into another." "Please," she replied. "I've been traveling all night with my children. It hasn't been easy, and I'm almost home. I promise I will drive very carefully." "Shit," the man replied, as he tossed his cigarette behind him. Nothing else was said as he turned to get back into his truck. As Bobby's mother rolled up the window and pulled out onto the highway again, Bobby looked at his mummy. "Is that man going to call the police?" "No, he won't. He was just angry." "Are we going to go to jail?" Bobby asked. "He's not going to call the police, Bobby," she said. "Just forget about it, and help Mummy watch the road." As soon as they pulled out, Bobby realized that daylight was beginning to change the view. The falling snow had less and less effect on their forward vision, and it became easier to see the road. Their car came to an intersection, and turning left, they proceeded downhill toward the town of Weldon. Turning right, then left again, they made their way down Main Street. They passed the Pentecostal church on the left and soon pulled into the front yard of Hannah's old home. The car came to a stop, and Bobby's grandmother opened the front door where the light was still on, but no longer necessary. Bobby clambered through the snow in tall steps, filling his boots as he went. Bobby's mother carried Maxwell in and passed him to her mother while going back to get a few bags. Bobby kicked off his snow-filled boots, socks trailing along the ends of his feet. As he walked into the kitchen, Bobby's mum came in the door and said, "Mum, show him the bed." In moments, Bobby was snuggled under a comfy blanket on a soft mattress. No more road noise, no more responsibility, only peaceful sleep. Bobby awoke, feeling refreshed. He was in a small bed with one pillow. It was a perfect size for him. As he lay on his back, the wall was on his right, and another big bed with 3 pillows was on his left. An open suitcase lay on the far side of the big bed, and just beyond that, an open closet door. Bobby felt comfortable in his blanket and enjoyed the sounds of voices outside, the clatter of dishes and feet shuffling around. After a few minutes, Bobby stretched and climbed out of bed. He had to go to the bathroom. Stepping out onto the cold floor, he found a door opposite the bedroom. He switched on the light and saw a toilet, but noticed the floor was wooden and the bathtub had boxes of nails and piles of bathroom tiles and floor tiles. The walls were framed in and you could see the wiring, but that was it. "No, Bobby, don't go in there," his mother called from the kitchen. "That toilet isn't working. You have to go downstairs." Bobby closed the door and came into the kitchen. "Grandma has something for you." Bobby's mother was feeding Maxwell. As Bobby came into the kitchen, his grandmother bent down to him with a big smile, trying to get face to face. "Hi there," his grandma said to him. She stood with both hands in front of her, holding something. "Hi, Grandma," Bobby said. "Look what Grandma made for you, Bobby. What color do you like more?" his mother asked, as his grandma presented the options. But Bobby wasn't sure what he was looking at. "They're slippers, Bobby," said his mother. "You pick which color you want." "Blue." His grandmother set aside the brown ones and told Bobby he could sit on the chair and lift his foot. As he did so, Bobby's grandma stretched the slipper over his foot and adjusted it so it would fit. "How does that feel, Bobby?" "Okay," he replied. His bare feet were cold and he thought it would be nice to warm up, but the slippers had holes in them all around and one main hole at the toe which formed the center of the stitching. "How do you like that?" both his mum and grandma asked. "It's itchy," Bobby replied. "Oh, maybe you need to put your socks on first. You go get a fresh pair from the little trunk. It's sitting on the bed where you were sleeping." Bobby ran back into the bedroom and found a pair of socks. He sat at the kitchen table and his grandma helped him to get them on. Then Bobby pulled his slippers back and began to feel the warming effect. That was nice. "How does that feel now?" his mother asked. "Good," Bobby said. His grandma stood looking down at Bobby and giggled again. "I have to pee." "Mom, can you show Bobby where to go?" Bobby's mother said to his grandma. Bobby's grandma said, "Okay, you go that way." Bobby's grandma pointed toward the stairs between the bathroom and the bedroom. Opposite the front door and down a short flight of stairs was the back door. Then down to the left was another flight of stairs into the basement. Bobby's grandma stopped at the door and turned on the light, while Bobby went down the stairs ahead of his grandma. He could smell the fresh scent of wood, concrete, and dust, all combining into one sensation. Bobby went a few steps down and then paused, looking up at his grandma, who descended the steps one step at a time, using the same foot. As she sidestepped her way down, she leaned against the wall with one hand. "It's okay, you go down," his grandmother said. Bobby looked back, then turned and went down the remaining steps. At the foot of the stairs, Bobby stopped and stared at the carpenter's corner just ahead of him. On the far wall opposite the bottom of the stairs was a wooden pegboard with hooks, on which could be seen a couple of hammers, a saw and level, as well as several screwdrivers and other tools. Under the chipboard table was a pile of scrap wood of various shapes and sizes. On top of the wood pile was a long, flat wooden box with a handle shaped of wood rising from the center. It was divided into 8 compartments and had various items piled in them. One of the compartments was full of nails of all sizes, as well as some screws. Another compartment was full of screws and bolts and so on. On the floor at the end of the wood pile was an electric saw and drill, as well as other hand-operated tools, all piled in a wooden box. There were many older-looking tools as well that Bobby had no idea what they were for. A sledgehammer was leaning against the wall. Bobby's grandmother nudged his shoulder and pointed to a cloth curtain hanging in a circular fashion from the ceiling. Leading the way, she reached to open the curtain on one side. Turning to Bobby, she smiled, waving with her finger that he should come closer. "Come here," she said, in an inviting whisper. "Look." Bobby came up to the curtain. She held it wider for him to see. "Do you know what that is?" she asked. Bobby saw something that looked like a metal pail. On top was a wooden lid, and from the pail there was a wide tube made of thin metal that went up to an opening outside. "That's a honey pail." "A honey pail?" Bobby repeated, wondering why they had a special room to keep honey, and also why the pail of honey should be so big and dirty-looking. Grandma giggled a little to herself and said, "Do you want to see inside?" Bobby nodded his head. Grandma said, "Okay, come closer, I'll show you." Bobby came right up close, and as he did so, his grandmother lifted the lid. As soon as the lid was opened, a stench hit Bobby's nostrils faster even than Bobby could fix his eyes on what was inside. He could see toilet paper mixed together with yellow and brown coloration. He looked up at his grandmother as he backed away, feeling tricked. His grandmother giggled again. She tipped the lid all the way back and said, "This is where we go toilet." She grabbed some tissue from her sleeve and wiped her eyes. "You go to the bathroom there." "Why can't we use the outhouse?" Bobby asked. "No, it's too cold to go outside. We use the honey pail in the winter." "It's smelly," Bobby said. "It's okay, you just go toilet here. I'll wait for you outside the curtain." "Don't go upstairs," Bobby said to his grandma. His grandma didn't reply, but moved out from the curtained area and left Bobby alone. "Grandma, wait for me," Bobby repeated. Preferring not to get too close, Bobby stood on his tippy toes, letting his sprinkle get everywhere. He quickly pulled up his pajamas and came out of the curtain. "You have to put the lid back down when you're finished, or the basement will get very stinky," said his grandmother as she came into the curtained area. "Oi!" she said as she saw all the mess on the lid. She took a handful of toilet paper and wiped up the seat, and as Bobby watched, he made the decision that he wasn't going to poop until he could use the outhouse. Bobby didn't wait for his grandma and broke into a run up the stairs. He could hear her talking to him, saying, "Next time you should sit on the seat." Bobby didn't say anything. All he knew was that he didn't want to hang his bum over that smelly, dirty stuff, and couldn't wait to get out of the basement. As he reached the top and returned to the kitchen, he realized he'd been holding his breath. He allowed himself to breathe, and his mother told him to wash his hands. There was a white metal basin in the sink that had water in it. The water was quite cool and a bit gray. There was a big piece of soap. It was cut more in the shape of a cube than a rectangle, and it was hard for Bobby to spin the soap in his hands to get a lather. "I made that soap," his grandmother said. "How do you make soap, Grandma?" "Oh, I mix it with some animal fat and lye." "Animal fat? This soap is made from animal fat?" No wonder it doesn't work very good, Bobby thought. "Okay, come sit down and have some breakfast," his mother said. "Do you want some porridge?" his grandma asked. "What's porridge?" Bobby asked his mother. "It's hot cereal. You try it." Bobby's grandmother shook a clump of gray clay into the pink melamine bowl in front of him. "You put brown sugar on it," his mother said. There was a blue bowl with brown sugar and a spoon, and Bobby scooped up a lump and dropped it into his porridge. The brown sugar began to dissolve into little brown pools. "Spread the sugar around," his mother said. His grandma poured some milk in the bowl. The porridge became an island. "You try it," she said. "It's good for you." Bobby took a spoonful of porridge and tasted it. It felt like milky goo in his mouth, and a little bit like pudding but lumpier, and reminded him of paper mâché. He swallowed, but then put his spoon down. "What do you think?" his mother asked. "It's yucky," Bobby replied. "Put some more brown sugar on it," she said. Bobby put more sugar on. "Stir it around." Bobby stirred it around, spilling milk on the table as he did so. "Try it now," his mother said. Bobby tried it again. The porridge, milk, and sugar got all mixed together into a thick liquid, and it tasted better. "Would you like me to make some toast?" his grandma asked. "Okay," Bobby replied. That was more familiar. Soon Bobby had some hot buttered toast with jam. He was encouraged to take some porridge and then a bite of toast. That tasted pretty good to Bobby, and he finished about half his porridge, beginning to feel full. After things quieted down and the table was being cleared off, Bobby began to realize things in the house were different than before. "Grandma, where's the black stove?" he asked. Bobby recalled that the stove his grandmother used was black and had burning wood inside. This one was modern with electric coils. "That stove is in the old house," she replied. "The old house?" Bobby repeated. "Yes, sure. We're not in the old house anymore. Grandma has a new house now." "Oh. The old one is just over there. You have to go in the other bedroom to see it." Bobby went into the other bedroom and jumped on the bed to look through the window. There he could see the old house. It really did look old. It was all black and the windows were covered inside. It looked dark and even a bit scary. "Come here," his mother said. She had followed Bobby and Grandma into the room and just finished dressing Maxwell. Now she turned to Bobby. She told him to remove his pajama pants while she quickly removed his top, replacing it with a shirt and pulling a pair of pants on. Bobby was feeling warmer and more comfortable. "Well, maybe you better show him around. Tell him about the bathroom and the cistern." Bobby's grandma was standing at the door of the bedroom, and his mother was busy unpacking clothes. "Bobby, go with Grandma." First they walked into the living room with a big picture window at the front. All the windows had frost around the edges and were covered with crocheted curtains. To the left of the window was a big white pail about the size of a washing machine. It was mounted on a shelf and was full of water. There was a tap on the bottom. "What's that pail for, Grandma?" Bobby asked. "That's where we keep the melted snow," she replied. Pipes had been laid in the road last summer, but neither the well nor the houses had yet been connected. "That water's for drinking or washing. We have another tub on the porch outside. We just let it fill with snow, then bring it inside." Beside the big white pail was a galvanized metal tub that was leaning against the wall. "That tub is for baths or doing laundry," she said. In the same corner, closer to the window, was a stand of TV trays. All along the front of the window were an assortment of plants on pails and chipboard shelves mounted on sawhorses. To the right of the window was an old stand-up radio that stood about the same height as Bobby. Beside it was yet another box with plants in front of a smaller side window, and next to that was a wire metal bookshelf with many old encyclopedias, several of which had tissues in the pages marking different places. There were boxes of Reader's Digests and a couple of big Bibles. The couch on the wall opposite to the picture window had a TV tray positioned at the center. On the tray was a Scrabble game in an opened box and a tissue box beside it. The couch was a green pull-out couch which could be folded down to make a bed. On the back of the couch hung a crocheted doily, and on the wall above the couch was a plaque. The plaque was fashioned to look like a wood carving, but was actually just a pressed mold made out of synthetic material. The image was made to look like a scroll with floral embellishments at the top and bottom. There was a script there that Bobby couldn't yet read. "What does that say, Grandma?" Bobby asked. He ran his fingers across the words. She put her knee on the couch, and reaching up, she pointed her fingers to each word, reading aloud. "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." John 3:16. Then she turned to him and said, "That's God's word. God sent his Son to save us and give us everlasting life." Bobby didn't reply. He was quietly repeating as best he could what his grandmother said while pointing to the words, as if he knew which word was which. He thought that it was probably a good thing that God loved the world. He hadn't yet formed any ideas of God or the world that he loved or why God needed to send his Son. But as the weeks progressed into months, Bobby would ask his grandmother to read the plaque to him until he was able to memorize the words and their locations. Over time, Bobby slowly developed an understanding that God and love were words that came together, and that one of God's purposes was to save the world. Bobby guessed that if people are in trouble, God would send his Son to help. And not only that, but we can expect to live forever, and whatever that means sounded good to Bobby. Having finished, Bobby jumped off the couch. Grandma pointed to a closed door between the bookshelf and the couch. "That's Grandma's room," she said. "You don't need to go in there." They came back around to the bathroom door. Grandma pointed to the door and said, "That bathroom isn't finished yet. You can't use the toilet in there. And if you walk on the floor, you might get slivers, so you just keep this door closed." They went back down the stairs again. "Come with me," Grandma said. As Bobby looked around, he realized the basement was much larger than he thought. There were 2x4 studs built to form a frame for a wall, and the wiring was put in, but the walls weren't finished. It was dark. Bobby's grandma pulled on a string that switched the light on, revealing a large freezer beside them and a wall of shelves at the far end. "Look here," Grandma said. She walked Bobby to the shelf, reached for a jar, and held it out to Bobby. "What's that?" she asked Bobby. "Cherries?" he asked. "And?" She held out a different jar. "Peaches? And? Beets? Pickles? And those are jams." She showed him rhubarb jam, Saskatoon jam, and crabapple jam. "I made all these last summer," she said. "Do you want me to take anything upstairs?" "Can we have cherries?" Bobby asked. "Sure," Grandma said. She put the other jars back on the shelf and picked up a jar of cherries. "And this is the deep freeze," Grandma said, as they walked back toward the light. She lifted the lid, and inside you could see several packages wrapped in brown paper. "All that is meat," she said. "We had a side of beef cut up. This is steak and hamburger, and these are roasts." On the left side of the freezer, in a basket, were 2 big tubs of ice cream, one vanilla and other Neapolitan. "Okay," his grandma said. She put the jar of cherries on top of the freezer. "Now," she said, as she climbed a ladder. "You see up here, Bobby? All this area in here is water," she said, motioning her arm in a sweeping direction. "Water?" Bobby said as he looked up. "Yes, this is a cistern. It's full of water. You come up and look at it." Grandma came down the ladder and Bobby climbed up. "Careful," she said. "You just go up and look over the top." Bobby climbed to the top and reached his head high enough till he could look inside. He saw the water reflecting glimmers of light off its surface, dark and still. It was impressive to Bobby. "How does the water get in here, Grandma?" he asked. "That's rainwater." Bobby looked a little more and then came down. "Don't ever play up there, Bobby. Sometimes little children climb in the cistern and they drown. Don't even go on the ladder." "Okay," said Bobby. He really didn't want to play in the cistern. The darkness and deepness of the water actually scared him. "What is the water for?" "It can be used for drinking or washing." "Why not use the snow water upstairs?" This water isn't hooked up yet. When it gets hooked up, we can use it." "Oh." With that, Grandma said, "Okay, let's go." She pulled the string and the light went out. That's all. They returned up the stairs and Bobby came to the bedroom where his Gumby and Pokey were laying. He grabbed each of them, going to the living room to play. Bobby was happy to be with his grandma, and was eager to tell her about helping his mother drive, and about the accident in the mountains and the angry truck driver who went in the ditch. For Bobby, the trip to Weldon was a big event, something he would never forget. After telling his grandma about the trip, he got down from the table and went around to open the front door. There was only one door keeping the weather outside and the warmth inside. Bobby opened the door, swinging it inward, allowing a huge breath of cold air to come in, condensing into a puff of white in the entryway. Bobby stepped out onto the porch. The snow crunched beneath his slippers as he stared at the car. He noticed that the tire tracks could no longer be seen. The path had all blown over and the snow around the car was higher than the wheels. It looked like their car would be stuck there for some time. "Come inside, Bobby, and close the door. You're letting in the cold air." Bobby came inside, pushing the door shut, making sure to lock it. Yinlin and Bobby are in the beginning stages of learning about the fates that have been given to them. Yinlin is born into a world that has just come out of a cultural revolution, a time when her people attempted to throw off their invisible culture by destroying their memory of it in the visible culture. Temples were turned into barns, artifacts into firewood, and the old ancestors were superseded by Chairman Mao. Yet the Chinese spirit lives on. Bobby is born into a world that similarly seeks liberty from its past, but does so in a gentler, less revolutionary way. "This disco used to be a cute cathedral," says the lines of one song. The changes in Bobby's world, however, are not viewed as a war on the past the way Chairman Mao would have framed it. In the West, a move away from the past is understood to be a natural movement forward into a more promising future based on science, technology, and progress. Superstition and tradition simply fade in the rearview mirror. While China has just buried their old world, the West is racing along the road to their new one. If I ever find myself disoriented or confused about who I am or how I should navigate my way through a time of change, I eventually come back to the basic premises. Like Gauguin asked, where do we come from? What are we? Where are we going? These questions call us back to the originating dream. For Yinlin, the answer to these questions might be that she comes from a long line of ancestors who have suffered and given of their very lives to provide a world of abundance. She was born in Zhonghua, or China, which means the Central Kingdom. Yinlin's world is in the process of turning from its difficult recent past, in which much of the material and social culture was destroyed or heavily damaged. Out of that trauma, The Chinese people were just beginning to embrace a time of openness to the world and hope for a much improved life. As for Yinlin, she is a girl. She has a beautiful sister, a heroic dad, and an uncertain mother, one who seems both harsh and loving, strong and weak. Yinlin is sheltered in a community that is tied to one another in blood and bone, and those ties don't break, even after death. Yinlin's job is essentially to learn what it means to be a good girl, to do housework, take care of her sister, and be a good student. In doing this, she honors her parents and grandparents and all who have gone before, contributing her part to the ongoing struggle for peace and prosperity that Chairman Mao put into motion while supervised by her mother. Bobby likewise has his ancestors, but they come from multiple regions throughout Europe, from the Ukraine, Norway, Ireland, and Germany. If one digs a bit deeper, France and Switzerland as well. Though Bobby is not aware of this yet, he's already surrounded by a blend of material cultures and ritual behaviors, holidays, and foods. However, much of Bobby's immediate world is surrounded by artifacts of motion. Cars and movement are already central to his life. His imagination and experience is filled with the sights and sounds of going places. His ancestors only 2 generations back are from elsewhere, and his home 1 year ago was elsewhere, and elsewhere a year before that. And where is Bobby going? Well, it seems by all appearances he will be going elsewhere. Bobby's job is not so much to take care of Maxwell, though there is that. His job appears to be helping his mother navigate the road and otherwise entertain himself. In this world, Bobby has family and friends, but those ties seem temporary. Beautiful, but like melting snowflakes, they soon lose their form and disappear. One thing that unites all his family ties is their Christian heritage. Despite the outside world entering a path of rapid change, as children, both Bobby and Yinlin are able to explore the world with a certain degree of shelter. Life offers glimmers of beauty and transcendence, but it also reveals pain and darkness. Both Bobby and Yinlin are enchanted with being, and both are curious and confused by the contradictions and limitations that life imposes on them. Both of them at a young age have already participated in major transitions. Both of them either said goodbye to a loved one departing into another world, or like Bobby, departed from loved ones in a former world, launching into the unknown without ceremony. Yet, like most children, they manage their lives with acceptance. After all, living is certainly much better than not, and learning what this life is about, its mysteries and certainties, seems to be a natural priority for children. And the adults? Perhaps the following Chinese poem, written sometime around 820 A.D., expresses what might be a universal feeling. It is called Children. My niece, who is 6 years old, is called Miss Tortoise. My daughter of 3, Little Summer Dress. One is beginning to learn to joke and talk. The other can already recite poems and songs. At morning they play, clinging about my feet. At night they sleep, pillowed against my dress. Why, children, did you reach the world so late, coming to me just when my years are spent? Young things draw our feelings to them. Old people easily give their hearts. The sweetest vintage at last turns sour. The full moon in the end begins to wane. And so with men the bonds of love and affection soon may change to a load of sorrow and care. But all the world is bound by love's ties. Why did I think that I alone should escape?